Morning, and welcome to the September 9th meeting of the Learning Technology Advisory Committee. Thank you everyone for being here. We are being live streamed, so just to let you know that people are able to watch the meeting and any kind of activities that we take care of during this meeting today. I want to welcome everyone here, and we do have several new members on the committee, and I wanted to first go through and have everyone introduce themselves and tell where you're from, what your role is at your institution, and whether or not you're new to the committee, and if you are not new, how long you've been on the committee, and tell anything that you've been involved in. I'm going to start. I'm Andrew Lofters. I'm the Program Director with the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board, Academic Quality and Workforce Division, and I'm the one that's assigned to facilitate the Learning Technology Advisory Committee activities. I'll be working with all of you, and I look forward to it over the next few years. Why don't we go right here to my right, and we'll just go around.
Hello, I'm Onita Burgess. I'm with the University of Texas of the Permian Basin in Odessa. I am the director of the REACH Program Center, which is primary target distance education learning technologies at the institution.
Hello, my name is Joshua Book. I'm Assistant Director of Distance and Extended Learning at Texas State University. I'm involved with program administration for online and hybrid courses at our institution, quality oversight, as well as working directly with faculty, staff, instructional designers.
Good morning, I'm Pat Abrego. I'm the Director of Instructional Technology and Distance Ed in Texas A&M International University.
Good morning, I'm Jacqueline Mock. I'm the Vice President for Academic, Faculty, and Student Affairs at the University of Texas Health Science Center at San Antonio, and this is my second term on LTAC.
Good morning, my name is Charlene Worshen, and I am the Director of E-Learning at Kilgore College. My name is Alicia Wyatt. I'm the Associate Vice President for Academic Affairs, Academic Administration. One of the things in my portfolio is online learning and programs, and I'm a new member to this organization. McMurray University is in Abilene, Texas. We are a private four-year institution affiliated with the Methodist Church.
Good morning, I'm Sharita Love. I work at Texas A&M University San Antonio. I'm the manager of academic technologies. I'm responsible for distance learning and also classroom technologies, and this is the first time on the committee.
Good morning, I'm Lydia Tena, and I serve as the campus dean for our Northwest campus, one of our 5 campuses at El Paso Community College. And up until last academic year, I was also overseeing the distance education department. And I'm new to LTAC.
Good morning, I'm Patrick Plush, Associate Vice Provost of Learning Enhancement and Director of the Center for Learning Enhancement, Assessment, and Redesign at the University of North Texas. I oversee distance learning and improvement in classroom teaching as well, and everything in between, blended learning, all of that. And I have served on LTAC for, I don't know, I'm going to say this is probably starting my 8th year.
Oh, wow.
Something like that.
Good morning. My name is Charlene Stubblefield. I'm from Prairie View A&M University. I am a senior instructional designer and all other duties as assigned. And I'll leave it at that.
Good morning. My name is Jason Woodall. I'm the Director of Distance Education at Lamar Institute of Technology in Beaumont, Texas.
Good morning, I'm Justin, well, that's really loud. I'm Justin Louder, Associate Vice Provost for E-Learning and Assistant Professor of Practice in the College of Education at Texas Tech University. And I oversee instructional design, Blackboard support, and then help oversee the 7 regional sites we have at Texas Tech.
Good morning. My name is Steve Levy. I am the Associate Vice Chancellor for Instructional Services at Houston Community College. Distance education, actually we're now called HCC Online, is one of the areas that reports to me. I can't remember how many terms, Andrew, but I was served, I think, 3 terms previously. It was like 6, 7, 8 years, maybe even longer than that. And then I was off for a couple of years, and I'm back. So thank you for having me.
Good morning. My name is Janet Camps. I'm Coordinator Distance Education at Stephen F. Austin State University, and I am new to the committee.
Morning, everyone. Francisco Garcia. I'm the director for the Center for Online Learning and Teaching Technology at the newest University of Texas component, the University of Texas Rio Grande Valley. We just celebrating the first anniversary last week, and we're stronger than ever. Yeah, I oversee all the distance education, online, hybrid, web enhanced, anything related to technology.
Good morning. I'm Erasmus Adai, and I'm Dean of Distance Learning at South Texas College. This is my first time on the committee.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Michelle Duran. I am with Texas A&M University, Kingsville. I'm their Director of Distance Learning and Instructional Technology. And like Patrick, I was thinking, I don't know how many years, we're going to say 5. Sounds like a good number. We're going to go with that.
Thank you all. I appreciate that. As we go down the agenda, the next two parts of the agenda deal with the election of a new chair and new co-chair. During this last year, we had about, I think it was 10 members that have rotated off, and out of those 10 members, 2 of them were the chair and the co-chair. So in order for us to conduct new business, we need to go ahead and elect the new chair and co-chair today. I think what we want to do here is we want to go ahead and open up the floor. You've heard an introduction somewhat of what people are doing inside their institutions and how long they've been here, for most cases. And if you would like to make a recommendation, or a nomination, I should say, nomination of someone for the chair position, let's start with that one first. This is the next one on the agenda. We can open the floor to accept nominations, have a vote on the nominations, and then once we have elected the chair and vice chair, they will then move to here. So that they can begin the process of directing meeting activities. So why don't we open up the floor for those who would like to, if you would like to nominate someone for.
This is Charlene Stubblefield. I'd like to nominate Michelle Duran for the chair position.
This is Lydia Tena, and I would like to nominate Patrick for the chair.
This is Jason Woodall. I'd like to nominate Justin Louder for the chair.
Seems that, yes.
This is Steve Levy. I'd like to move that we close nominations.
Close nominations.
This is Jacqueline Mock. I second that motion.
It has been moved and seconded that nominations for the office of chair be closed. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Abstain? Nominations are closed. Right now, we're going to go with the vote. May I ask for clarification from James, if you don't mind? For this one, do we have to have a silent, would we rather have a secret ballot? Yes, that's what I want to say. A secret closed ballot. I think that might be the best way to do it. So why don't we, if you have a piece of paper next to you, this will be for the office of.
You want to have the Post-its?
I have this.
Oh, I have some.
Sometimes paper's handy.
I'm sorry, but. Once again, this is just for the chair at this time, just for the chair. And as Elizabeth is bringing me the ballots, I want to remind you, which I should have done at the beginning, there is an envelope in front of you if you asked to have lunch ordered for you, that you can put your money inside the envelope, and we'll get those and give those to, right before lunch break. We'll get them. Thank you very much. All right, I'm just going to go through, tally up the votes. Michelle Duran. Michelle Duran again. Justin Louder. Patrick Plushed. Justin Louder. Patrick Plushed. Michelle Duran. Plushed. Patrick Plushed. Michelle Duran. Thank you, Jay. Patrick Plushed. Justin Louder. All righty. All right, all ballots are in. We have Patrick Plushed with 7 total votes, has been elected chair of the Learning Technology Advisory Committee. Patrick, congratulations. And you may now reposition yourself. So come on up and make the walk. Alrighty.
Got a bit of a cold, so lots of hand sanitizer and warnings to everybody.
And I take it now. So, as Patrick gets settled in, the next one is the election of the new co-chair, which is now In your hands.
All right. Phil, the next order of business is to open nominations for co-chair of LTAC. Who would like to nominate someone? Stephen?
I'd like to nominate two people.
Okay.
Michelle Duran and Justin Louder, if that's acceptable to the group.
Thank you. Jacqueline?
I'd like to endorse that and actually move to have a vote by acclamation on that recommendation. Can I do that?
There's only one position to fill, so we could.
But he's recommending two persons to serve as co-chair. Is that what you just said? Yeah, and I am asking to move to vote by acclamation.
Co-chairs.
Yeah.
If I could check with process, can we have two co-chairs? I mean, I'm completely open to it, and. Okay. Okay, so I guess by rule of order, we can't do it by acclamation and have more than one. Would you be willing to change it to nominate both of them? I mean, I think that's kind of the spirit of what you intended anyway. Okay.
Yes, that's what I originally
Okay.
intended to nominate two individuals.
All right, very good. Any other nominations? Is there a motion to close nominations for co-chair? Jason Stubblefield moved. Is there a second? I'm sorry. Jason Woodall, they're now married. It's,
Congratulations.
Seconded by Lydia.
Lydia seconds the motion. All right, any discussion? All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed, nay? Motion carries. And so at this point, if you would, by secret ballot, write the name of one of the two individuals down. I don't envy you. It's a very hard choice. And not sure if chair votes or is just for a tie break. I prefer not to choose between these two unless I have to, so I'm going to abstain. Yeah.
Typically in parliamentary procedure.
Correct. Are you an expert at parliamentary procedure? I only ask because when I served on a board before, I actually instituted having a parliamentarian, and it was incredibly helpful, but I still remember most of the stuff. Well, we really haven't. I mean, it's flowed pretty well so far, but. And do I count or do you count?
Okay, that's no problem.
Did everybody get their ballot in? Very good. Can I get an update on that today?
I can update.
No, are you on that subcommittee? Okay. Okay. You need to, okay, got it. I did not vote.
Did not vote. All right.
Do I need to vote?
No.
Okay.
Not at all.
All right.
Shoulder
we have 6 votes for Justin Louder and 10 votes for Michelle Duran. So the count is Michelle is our new co-chair. Get to move over 1 seat. And if you wanted to stay over there, away from the germs, I completely understand. I'll take no offense whatsoever. We can lean across if we need to confer, right? And this is yours, sir. All right. Congratulations to Michelle, and Justin, thank you for being willing to serve too. I know it was difficult for folks to make a selection. I know you'll continue to be involved in very significant ways. The next order of business is consideration and approval of our minutes from, this says March 10th meeting,
Should be June
and it should be our
June 15th.
June 15th meeting. So we'll make that correction on the agenda, and if you would, take a moment to review the minutes from the June 15th meeting. I don't think those weren't circulated previously, correct?
No, they're not. They're inside the
Yeah,
packet.
so if you would look inside your packet for those, do want to give you a minute to review those since you haven't had a chance to see them before. We'll take about 5 minutes. That was the agenda item. Yes, that's okay. I think. Yes, Jacqueline.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a comment that I really appreciate the format of the minutes. So to Dr. Loffers and Ms. Steele, thank you very much. They're very effective and very easy to read, so.
Fantastic, thank you.
Thank you,
Comment
Elizabeth.
noted. Elizabeth, when do you usually prepare these? Relative to a meeting like today's minutes, when would you work on those? Absolutely. And whether or not it's a legislative session perhaps weighs into it. Yeah. Would it be out of protocol to circulate these at the time you finish them? Just so people who, because I know 3 months ago was a long time for me to, I didn't see anything that was different from what I recall, but just circulating them kind of when they're available, just to keep everybody going, oh yeah, we just met and those are the things that happened. And then we can still review them and approve them at the subsequent meeting. Would that be possible to do that? Okay. Okay, great. Thank you.
Jason Woodall, I'd like to make a motion to accept the minutes as written.
Okay.
I second.
All right. I have a motion and a second from Jacqueline. Any discussion? Any amendments or changes to the minutes? All right. Hearing none, I call for a vote. All in favor of approving the minutes as submitted, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, nay? Abstentions? Motion carries. The minutes are approved as submitted. Right, our next order of business is discussion of alternative education providers. And Dr. Louder, you have the floor for leading that discussion.
Thanks. Okay, is this still, okay, I'll still sit way back here. I emailed Andrew a couple of weeks ago, and Pam at the time, because she was still chair and still on the committee, and asked that we circle back to the alternative education or alternative credentialing providers that we started talking about at the previous meeting, in light of the Department of Education's announcement of the EQUIP programs that they selected, one of them being a Texas institution. And the other is that I have seen more and more come through my institution and contacted either by the credentialing providers to see what they need to do to have it, almost a seamless transition into my institution, but also more and more students are taking these. In addition, some of these credentialing providers have started partnering with larger, more established institutions where the first it wasn't as many, and now some of our peers, both in-state and out-of-state, have started partnering with them. And so I think we're going to see more and more students coming in with credits from these providers that we may not know about. They may be transferring it into a partner institution and then transferring it to one of our institutions or trying to come straight in. The big concern at my campus, of course, is accreditation, faculty credentialing, and things like that. So what I want to do is bring it up to this group to begin a discussion, and then possibly discuss, depending on how the committee feels, maybe doing some kind of survey or evaluation in Texas schools to see what schools are accepting credit from these alternative providers, what schools are not, what schools are making a student go through some kind of additional party like ACE or something else to get credit. And that's kind of where I wanted to start with today, Patrick.
All right. Do you have particular questions for the committee to kind of?
Well, I think the first, if anybody in this group accepting credit from these alternative providers, and if so, what did your school go through or faculty discussion deal with as you decide to do that? If you're not, how are you handling students coming in with these credentials or trying to come in with these transfer credits is kind of where I want to start, and then see if it goes beyond that.
And just for clarification, I just want to know, is everyone actually familiar with these groups, these third-party providers? So if you might want to give a little bit of background for me, please.
I was going to say many of us might have a different understanding or a varying understanding of it, so let's, can you provide a definition of what we mean by alternative?
So what I'm thinking when I say alternative credentialing provider is a third-party vendor that is allowing students to either test out or be given credit for previous knowledge or taking a test, not the same as a CLEP test, not the same as an AP test, but some kind of exam put together by the third-party vendor that then says this equals X number of credits in English or X number of credits in math. There are a number of providers doing it. Pearson Education is doing it. Smarter Thinking, I think is what it's called, is doing it. And there are some others that are out there, not saying they're good, they're bad, or whatever, just trying to figure out what everybody thinks about them and your discussion at your institutions, because the big selling point that a lot of these are using is that by taking your classes through us, you're going to save thousands of dollars in tuition because you pay X amount of dollars, take the test, and are then awarded some kind of credit that you can transfer to your school so that it saves you, X on your tuition bill.
Jacqueline?
Patrick, just for a point of clarification, are we keeping this within this realm of the alternate providers and not necessarily broadening it to what institutional practices are for unaccredited schools? Because I'd be curious whether that's the framework for considering this discussion. If institutions already have an embedded practice for assessing credit that's awarded by a non-accredited school, would you then put this in that category? Thank you.
I think that's an interesting question. I think what my concern is that these are not institutions at all. So even though they're not accredited institutions, there's no institution. It is some kind of vendor that has put together something. Once again, not saying good, bad, or whatever, just trying to get a handle on what others are thinking about doing, concerns. Is this even in the realm of LTAC's area of authority that we can discuss? Just trying to see kind of what others are thinking.
This is Onita. I have some more questions because this goes down the track of competency-based education. And I guess that's the larger question because those third parties target the competency-based education programs. And at this time, internally, we're, as a higher ed institution, accredited higher ed institution, we're not addressing that for credit. I guess if you're looking for more information, I believe your survey is the correct way to go. Because it does need to be brought up to attention. And I guess the broad question is anyone dealing with that now?
Justin, at UNT, we're having those conversations, but they're early on. What we know is that we're already accepting this type of credit. I don't know if you would include Straighter Line in your list of education partners, but it is invisible to an institution when it comes from another institution that has partnered with Straighter Line. And if you look at the list of partners for Straighter Line, many of them are for-profits or non-public, not-for-profits, but that's beginning to change a little bit. I forget which university in Louisiana it is that is now a partner. Cedar Valley College within the Dallas Community College District is now a partner. And so it will show up on the transcript of a student coming to your institution from another accredited institution, not from Straighter Line, even though that's the entity that said, yes, you know or can do these things associated with that particular credit course.
And that is actually what kind of brought this up at my institution, is that because we get so many students transferring in from community colleges, and now that community colleges, both in-state and some others that are not-for-profits and the other publics are partnering with it, we will probably not know, and they're probably already doing it, but there's also at some point going to be the discussion, why am I having to transfer to institution A, then transfer to your institution? Why can't we just go straight into your school? And I think that's part of where I'm coming from and kind of struggling with to see what others are doing and what the others are feeling like with these kind of providers, because they are coming out more and more and offering these services to help students.
Justin, has Tech had the discussion about considering the Straighter Line opportunity?
We are, yes. Yes, I'll say yes. We've had initial conversations on this, but there is quite a bit of concern based on accreditation or faculty credentialing or the quality of this, saying that it equals, whatever, and so that's kind of why I brought this up to Andrew, because this is what's going on there, just trying to see what other peers in the state are doing and what others are working on.
And this seems to be a nationwide movement. Back in August, there was a very interesting article in the Chronicle of Higher Ed where the U.S. Department of Education actually is allowing, or it's running an experiment where they're allowing the students to actually use Pell Grant monies to fund for these unaccredited programs. And so the reason why I was interested in the article is because there was a question about quality. And so Quality Matters is actually one of the partnerships with this experiment. So it's going to be interesting to see what the results of that are. I'll be happy to share the link with you all so that you can read more about it.
Jacqueline?
My question would be, if we were to survey our peers, how would we articulate and dissect the different component parts of the conversation? Whether it is, do you frame it in the context of any type of unaccredited institution, and this is just yet a different version of it? Do you put it in a kind of overlapping bucket of credit by exam? If your institution does credit by exam, I think we have an emerging universe, but if we were to survey, we could get 100 different responses in there. And so if it's just to take the temperature and the pulse, that's really great. And then I would say, then let's have that expectation that we're just wanting to get the temperature of what's going on right now and what might the concerns be versus path A, path B, or a yes, no.
So part of my thought as well is kind of the ongoing discussion that we have had for a while on the survey that Patrick, you have developed and we've run once, is that if we run it again this year, could we look at adding some questions, spending some time kind of figuring it out, because I'm, it's semi-competency based, but most of the time competency based is coming as some kind of partnership with, there's a vendor and an institution together. These are really the vendor outside by themselves, and then they're putting the requirements on the students to then take that to their institution to get credit and to kind of sell it that way. And so I just see it a little differently than CBE, where it tends to be a partner going into an institution and they're working together to develop something. And that may be, different than what others think about when they think of CBE, but that's kind of how I'm kind of seeing it as two different things.
Yeah, I think it is. People often lump competency-based education and prior learning assessment, which is mostly what you're talking about, is somebody else did the assessment of the learning and then it's coming in as credit. It could be the institution who's doing that themselves, but kind of the scenario you've described is it's once removed or twice removed. And so that becomes challenging. But it is an ill-defined problem, as Jacqueline has pointed out. I think it might be challenging even to find the right person at our own institution who would be the correct person to complete this set of questions. And it probably wouldn't be the same person that is getting the survey to ask about distance learning practice and learning technology implementations. So that might suggest it should be something separate. But again, I don't know, there are like 3 different people I'd consider sending it to at my institution, but it's because we're still really early on in that conversation and wrestling with it. Nobody owns it. We know that it's relevant. We know it's already being done. There could be this massive wave of it. It could change everything we think we know about how credit works. So we need to be aware and interested and engaged, but it's not being pushed from the executive level at this point. And so it's hard to find kind of momentum on it. Jacqueline?
Do we know whether TACRO is talking about this as well within either their user groups or anything like that?
I don't have any
Because I think that they would be
feedback
certainly
from
a
TACRO.
perfect, the collegiate registrars and admissions officers, the university registrars, they've got clearly, as our institutional representatives, a vested interest in that.
Or their transfer departments would be also a good place to do that. I really, being an old newbie to the group, I think it's a very worthwhile thing to be investigating. But someone mentioned earlier in the conversation, and let me just maybe try to put this plainly, what does this exactly have to do with LTAC yet? And I'm not sure. I'm still kind of struggling with that thought as I was listening to the comments as to whether or not this has any pertinence to LTAC or not. But having said that, I think that a survey would probably, and so I endorse what Jacqueline was saying, in that survey, a carefully worded survey, and something that's as directed as we can possibly make it, to find out really what is happening amongst the institutions, how they're handling it, can help us determine as to whether or not it's something that LTAC should be involved with, and whether or not we should take this any further steps after the survey data comes back. So yes, I'd recommend a survey.
A little bit more down that line, since many of our distance education learning technology areas have merged from or migrated from the institutional admissions processes. Perhaps that's where we should start, if there is a separate admissions process for the learning technology credits, which would be, I mean, they are primarily online. But it is that is one question I would like to know, because some institutions have a separate admissions. They're still following the same processes, but it's just a different group of people. And then the transfer credits and everything get put through the main channel. But I think, like for us, we're all in the same bucket because we're a small institution. That may be a good place to start, but that you're correct, it is not just online, and we're going to get more blur in our survey.
My other question and thought, I don't know if it's to you, Andrew, or to Elizabeth or James, is that the majority of these providers are offering core curriculum. So it really is the lower division core classes. And I don't know if, I mean, like I said, I don't know if it rests here or maybe in UEAC or the core curriculum group, or if there's a conversation going on there. Again, not saying good, bad, or anything, just trying to get a handle on thoughts and processes there.
I'd like to add to that. I was looking with James. I think this might be something that we want to bring up to the UEAC, since it is undergraduate credit. Now, I think I'm getting sort of confused when you start to say transfer, because I think initially when these courses are being completed by students, when they're bringing it to an institution of higher education, I don't believe that's actually transfer. Is it? It's actually, what I understand is that these organizations then make an agreement or a contract with these companies that says, we now recognize that you have met the same standards that I have on my campus, that I will go ahead and allow this to count as credit. I think when it first came to us during the last meeting, it was because of the online component. That's why, because most of these were online.
And I think that's part of it. So as more and more schools partner with these groups, it is going to be just direct, but it's the students that are taking it from these groups that are trying to go to maybe a non-partner school or something else, and then having to try to justify that, okay, I have these credits to transfer with lack of a better term from this group, and it says it meets the qualifications or it matches that with all of these other schools, but then you're saying you're not going to accept it. I think that's another kind of issue that we're struggling with, is that as more and more schools partner with these type of providers, and a student says, well, X, Y, or Z are accepting it, why aren't you? I think there's a kind of a discussion issue, and it may be an internal one, institutional specific, and may not be at the state level, but just some kind of discussion, coordinated conversation.
Justin, I'd like to propose kind of a, well, just something we might consider trying. So I found it helpful with my survey to bring the questions to this group, have folks answer that, refine some of the questions based on that. Would you consider maybe doing kind of a beta of, here's a couple questions, calling upon the members voluntarily to take it to the person who could best answer the questions at their institution, bring that back, and then you'll have a better idea of if that's the right approach, if you need to add questions, refine questions, and get some sense of the diversity of who it is an institution chooses to have respond on that. And you may find some that, I don't know, we don't have anybody, it's kind of, we're not really having that conversation yet. It's not been a priority. Is that something you might consider?
No, yeah.
Would that be helpful?
I think it'd be helpful, and at least it would maybe frame a further conversation, or it would frame that, okay, it doesn't really lie here, it needs to go to one of the other groups at coordinating board or something like that, yeah.
Yeah. And I think it does remain relevant since most of these are online offerings, and they are at the undergraduate level, and for our community colleges, that's direct competition at a fraction of the cost, even at the great value that community college tuition is. So, you know, it's potentially competing, and having a good understanding that's important to what your business model is going forward. Do you partner? Do you compete? What's the balance? So I think it is a relevant question. I would love to hear something out of either Core Curriculum Committee or UAC about what their thoughts are on it, if they're looking at it, because the same concerns should exist there, that it is competition. How do we make sure that it is of quality? I think the real question is, I mean, we're worried about faculty credentials and quality and that, but let's look at outcomes. Are the students who are bringing predominantly these types of credits to the table succeeding as they approach upper division courses, complete their degree? If they are, well, it seems like we should be doing it. If they're not, we should look at, well, why not, and how do we address that issue? And that's kind of that seesaw of, do we accept it or not? No, not if they bring it in and then they don't succeed, and meanwhile they rack up debt, et cetera. Yeah.
You mentioned earlier that the partnering with the third parties, the institutions that are partnering with the third party, they are putting the name of the college on their credit hours. So,
Correct.
So then the use of that third party for this is getting blinded. I mean, so with those transfer credits, that's the challenge, is they don't know
Correct.
that there is a third party who's done the assessments. So that institution is putting their accreditation on the line.
Correct. And so Cedar Valley College, as an example, is what appears on the transcript coming to UNT, but UNT, looking at it, doesn't know whether that actually came from Cedar Valley College instruction or whether it came from something that they partnered to accept. And it's just a set of courses, not everything in their inventory. But you don't know. And some have gone so far as to describe that process as laundering credit, because it does make it more viable once it exists in a accredited institution to go to another accredited institution. I think calling it laundering may cheapen it a bit, because some of it I think is very good instruction, and it is fulfilling needs of adult learners who can demonstrate that they know things faster than sitting in a class for 16 weeks. But that's kind of the concern that has arisen, that we don't know what actually the process was for conferring credit for that course, as it's blinded, as you said.
The other thing is, and I'm not sure, and I'm not fully involved in core curriculum, but I know that with the new State of Texas core, we have to be able to show some kind of outcomes, or there's some kind of job skills or something. And I know I'm not explaining it correctly, but there's something there. Yeah, core competencies. So I think, you know, if we're doing it, and then we are then assessed as an institution on the core competencies, and you've got them coming in this way, it's just kind of a circular discussion.
James?
Yeah, thank you. I hadn't really thought about it before, but it's a very good point. You know, the coordinating board rules and state transfer laws guarantee the transfer of credit, you know, from one public institution to another. And of course, we all know it's very common for students to do some of their, especially core curriculum work, the lower division work at a community college, and then transfer it to the university they want to attend. So in a certain sense, these companies or entities that are offering these credit and offering these partnerships, wittingly or not, their business model may be relying upon this structure that the state has put in place. And that structure is intended for the public system. It's intended for, you know, the state dollars that are used to provide instruction at these public institutions to guarantee that that money's not wasted, that, you know, students do work here, they know it can go there. So this has a wrinkle that I hadn't really considered before, and there certainly is a strong transfer component to this and a strong core curriculum component to it. And I'm fairly sure that that's going to make it of interest to our Undergraduate Education Advisory Committee and maybe also to the ACGM Advisory Committee. And that was my comment. Thank you.
James, would you see it even having implications for dual enrollment?
It could, especially if if this practice is not limited to students, let's call it of regular college age, 18 and above, who have graduated high school. If they were to be offering these services, I guess it's really a testing service that we're talking about, right? Students are being tested, and I hope that they're being tested in order to earn this credit, then yeah, that could be a dual credit issue as well.
And I think there's what I'm understanding, there's different ways that they are able to show that they've satisfied the standards for these companies. Sometimes it's through a battery of, a whole coursework of work, different tests and so forth. And I guess some of them do is what you just said, a test of some type, but it's different.
Yeah, it is variable. Often, there's usually content associated with it, not just an assessment for prior learning. So if you already are familiar with the content, you go through it very quickly. But there is a formal assessment component in order for them to establish. Most of the ones I'm familiar with, at least, there may be some that are doing like a portfolio review. I'm not as familiar with that, but that's certainly a possibility. It's still a form of assessment. It's just not an exam as such. It's demonstrate that you have been able to do the work that is commensurate with meeting these outcomes, and somebody will review that according to a rubric, and then ideally, and then give you credit. Yeah. So, but yes, Jacqueline.
So I don't know if there are two paths to look at this issue. One, which is just to kind of do a beta test on what kinds of questions we would ask our institutions at LTAC about the part that applies to LTAC in our operations. Perhaps while simultaneously, Andrew, you and James are bringing this conversation to the coordinating board staff level, just to kind of parse through the complexities of the issue, because we're coming in from one door and have opened up a universe, which, to Stephen's point, is not our whole domain. So, not ours to solve, but clearly a very important conversation. So I don't know, Patrick, if there's two paths to the charge and what else LTAC could look at versus getting guidance from the coordinating board.
Andrew, what are your thoughts on that second path that coordinating board staff would pursue about making those connections with the other areas to see how relevant it is, and maybe they're already having discussions that we're just not aware of?
Well, I was listening to what James says, bringing this up in front of the Undergraduate Education Advisory Committee and let them look over this as far as it pertains to especially lower division credit and core curriculum credit, and that these practices are happening. And I agree with what you said as far as accreditation, because the more I'm thinking about it, it's the institution saying that I am affirming, or I am giving credence to that this course is meeting my standards for my courses that SACS is making sure are in place. Am I saying that incorrectly, or? And so I think it's almost coming back to an accrediting issue more than as we've been talking in this discussion, more of an accrediting issue than a distance issue. Even though the most of them are being done through distance education, I find it to be more of a crediting issue.
And that was my question as well. Are these entities going through some type of accreditation process?
No.
Should they?
They're not an institution.
But then for an institution to take that credit, in a sense, we're validating them. We're saying, yes, they're equal to our educational process?
Correct. That's why I'm saying the more I'm listening to the conversation, this seems to be an institutional accrediting decision. Do they feel comfortable in validating this class and saying that it is what we would consider, or when I say we, the institution, what I would consider as college-level coursework, and that SACS would also affirm that to be the case. And I'm not sure, I don't know if that has actually come up in front of SACS and has actually gone to our institution yet, where this has actually become an issue. That would be something that would be interesting to find out. Has SACS actually brought this up?
No, that I don't know. I know there are more and more schools that are partnering with these types of vendors that are in the SACS area. At least two, here in the state of Texas, and then what Patrick mentioned, one in Louisiana and California, and that's just one vendor, and there are lots of vendors. And because I've opened this discussion, I want to say, I'm not saying these are bad things or good things or bad vendors, good vendors, or whatever. They're meeting some kind of need of our students, but I think it's a broader discussion than just, just the one vendor going and the student getting credit from it.
I'd like to validate that. And so I think what the underlying need here is, we need to understand this. And it's clear we have variable understandings of it now. So what actions can we take in order to enhance that understanding and those conversations among these types of groups, other groups that meet statewide, and our own institutions? So I would entertain a motion. I think the dual prong approach of, other conversations with bodies like ours to see if they are already having these explorations, and also an exploration within our own institutions to see, well, what are we doing, and do we know who's doing it or who's having those conversations? Does anybody understand the implications for competition versus partnership, and implications for your accreditation? I would entertain a motion to that effect, or any other motion for that matter. But
I would play back the audio tape and move what you just said.
it'd be easier if I didn't ramble, I know. Thank you. Is there a second?
I'll second the move. I believe is for inquiry.
It's for inquiry, both within coordinating board staff to find out what's going on at other, and I don't know if we can actually charge coordinating board staff to do stuff, but
No, it is-
if y'all would accept that opportunity, it would be to see what conversations are happening around this topic within the other groups that you facilitate, and then also for Justin to do a exploratory survey beta test within this group to find out what the right questions are, perhaps, and who are the right people to answer them at our institutions. Okay. Any other discussion? Okay, I'll call for a vote. All in favor of the motion? Oh, sorry.
Just to clarify.
Sorry, Elizabeth. Correct.
Okay.
And so if you don't agree with both of them, you would need to vote against it, or you could make an amendment to have them separated out. Yes,
I would
Stephen?
make an amendment that we separate them out.
Okay.
Just so we don't get people who maybe not agree with one and vote against it because they don't agree with both.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Is there a second for that motion? Justin Lauder seconds it. Any discussion? All right, hearing none, call for a vote on the motion to separate out the original motion. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, hearing none, the motion carries. And now we will,
Do you want to split them up?
just.
Okay, so the first one would be to request of the commission to help guide a discussion and inquiry as to how to coordinate this, or to bring the discussion to the other committees and groups to understand what's surfacing in the conversation.
Okay, thank you. Is there a second? Michelle seconded. Any discussion?
And to provide, one other thing, and to provide some kind of feedback to the LTAC as to what you found, obviously. I mean, that probably
Close the
goes
loop.
without saying.
Sure.
But especially to the, is it UEAC, Undergraduate Education
Yes.
Committee. I'd really like to hear what they have to say about this particularly.
Would
Because
you
when I-
accept
when
that
I-
as a friendly amendment?
Absolutely.
When I
All
brought
right.
up the point of, does this have anything to do with the LTAC, that thought is still lingering in the back of my mind.
Right.
And,
And I
So we
just-
need to close the loop.
Yeah, we need to close the loop, exactly.
Would you affirm your second, Michelle? All right. Now we will call for a vote on the first motion that Jacqueline just proposed. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Say nay. No. Hearing none, the motion carries. And now, would you like to offer the second motion?
The second motion to ask Justin to develop a beta survey to find out what our practices are within our institution. In particular, looking at online vendors and how that process would work if we were asked to accept that credit, I believe, or just generally, what would you do? I think it's the framing of the questions is really, and to share it with this group, just to see if we can begin to see where the intersections are for LTAC.
Very good.
It's not very elegant, sorry.
Jason seconded? No, it's good. It's good. Jason seconded. Any discussion? Right, hearing none, we'll call for a vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, nay? All right, the motion carries, and thank you very much. I think that was a very rich discussion, and Justin, thank you for putting that issue on the table. It's an important one for us to be wrestling with. I believe the next item is probably going to be really short. It was tabled at our last meeting because the committee chair was not present and had expected to be, and the committee chair is now no longer on the committee. So Michelle agreed that she serves on that subcommittee, that she would provide a brief update, but maybe what would be helpful, since we have so many new folks, because I don't think much has changed since last time, but rather if you could give the context of what the effort is trying to achieve, and perhaps a little bit of campaigning for people to join this committee when we have a committee call at the end of the session.
Sure, thank you, Patrick. So the committee that we're referring to is one that was created to look at the principles of good practice that we currently have in place for academic degrees and certificate programs and credit courses offered electronically. So we realize this may be a little bit out of date, and something with all of the new regulations that are coming about with the state reciprocity agreements, with CRAC, with SACS coming up, with these new online consortium report cards, all these different tools that we now have. Our practices may need a little tweaking. Also, to be able to separate the online from the regional distance educational units that we have, because right now they're all pretty much together in one area. So we wanted to make sure that we looked at something that was addressing today's current needs, to make sure that everything that we were having our different programs, universities look at and community colleges look at before we check off on different degree programs or different starting new programs, there was a strong, concrete set of principles of good practice that were relevant today. So what the committee ended up doing was meeting one time before a Texas Distance Learning Association conference and going through the current principles of good practice. Also looking at the Quality Matters, the report card for online learning, looking at SACS accreditation principles, and now the CRAC stuff. So you do have a document within your packets that was supplied by Ms. Benecourt, who used to chair the committee. And we went through and saw those that were really relevant still today, tweaked a little bit of the wording on those that seemed a little outdated, and brought some new points up to the table. The committee then was to choose different areas and get assigned them to see how they correlate with the other different agencies that we need to be in compliance with, so that this is a very helpful tool when needing to go through accreditation or reaffirmation or anything like that. We made significant progress, and really Ms. Benecourt took the lead on this. And as you can see, specifically on evaluation and assessment, that's a little bit of the sample. This is a very brief sample, but there's a supplementary document that actually states what SACS requirements this helps in compliance with. So you really can check off. You've met these things when you started your program. Now that you're going through reaffirmation, these are already check marked off. If you're applying for state authorization, these also have been checked off. If you're applying again to renew your state authorization with CRAC principles, those are also already checked off. So we really wanted to make this a strong foundation for all of our future endeavors in online learning. And that's just a quick preview. I do believe there's some other documentation that will be facilitated through the committee. I think you have some copies of those, right, Dr.
Yes,
Walters?
I have a folder that Michelle sent me that has a whole list of different documents that they were using to work on this, the principles of accreditation, and when we start to go to the part of the meeting when we're doing the retooling of the subcommittees, whoever will be chairing that committee, I will pass on all that information to them as well.
There was a lot of research that went on to get as many different items and tools to use so that we were vendor agnostic or even just company agnostic. So we had a strong basis without being exclusive to any one particular entity. We did have conversations with some people from out of state who are really looking forward to us finishing this so that they can use it for their purposes as well. So encouraging everyone to try to consider this committee for you to be a part of. There's my campaigning. So when we start to assign committees, this is a great group to work with. Some of the committee members are still on board and hopefully will consider their work to continue.
Just to give credit to those who have worked hard on this all along, would you mind mentioning the folks who have worked together on this over time? At least those you can recall.
Sure. Myself, Justin Louder, and I do believe Roxanne Hill was also on it. I think that made our committee. Am I forgetting anyone?
I believe Jimmy Bird as well, and Jacqueline Mock. Is that?
She looks surprised, so maybe not.
Yeah, well, you were there. You were there.
Congratulations. All right.
She thinks
I
it's
know.
a really good idea,
And now
right?
we're writing that down. Fantastic. Welcome aboard. But I don't know if there was anyone else that I missed I would like to. I think I'm covered. Okay.
And I think it's real important when we have these subcommittees. This is obviously volunteer service here. You're representing your institutions. You have plenty of things that keep you busy day to day. So participating or even leading a committee is an extra commitment, and it's much appreciated. So whenever we have the opportunity to recognize that kind of service, I think we should take advantage of it, and wanted to publicly thank the group for getting us to this point and for the continued interest and involvement in creating something that will really help us make sure our courses and programs are of high quality without having to do the same type of work 2-3 times. That was kind of what was underlying this, that they say mostly the same things. Some things are different. What's different? How do we do this once and we're done, as opposed to, oh, now let's get the SACS guidelines out. Yeah, so again, thank you very much. Any comments or questions for Dr. Duran?
Thank you, thank you, thank you, because I have sat there myself, just finished a SACS fifth-year review, and going, hey, wait a minute, Sarah's over here in CRAC, and this is exactly the target. You're right on. Thank you.
Great. All right, any other comments, questions? Okay, thank you again, Dr. Duran. Appreciate your filling everybody in on what the status is and campaigning for membership on the committee. It is a very, very worthy cause. All right, we'll move on to our next order of business, and that would be an update on and discussion of the 50-mile radius area notification requirement for off-campus courses and programs. And Dr. Louder, I believe you're going to lead that for us. And your subcommittee, right? It says Dr. Louder and subcommittee.
Yeah, I'm not sure who the subcommittee was, except it was me and Michelle and others.
And I did that. That was my fault. I had, in my mind, I had put them all together as one. And really, there should be two specific. One was a task force for the HERC regions, and then the 50-mile notification. We were trying to address that in there, and in my mind, I had put them as one, but really they should be two.
Do we need to separate them out as 2 agenda items?
No. Not at this time. We will talk about, I'm sorry. We will discuss the HERC items towards the bottom when we get to the future agenda, because we're going to discuss what we're planning on doing with HERC chairs, and we'll discuss it.
We may want to bring it up now so people are aware of what the HERC task force is doing, so that when we call 4 members later on, if people want to volunteer.
Yeah, and I think it kind of is not one and the same, but they go along together, the HERC and the 50-mile notification. And once again, because I guess I like to bring problems or discussions or whatever, I emailed Andrew, and this has been an ongoing discussion that I've been bringing up to this body for a while, is a discussion of the 50-mile radius rule, that we need to notify institutions when we are going into a 50-mile area of their institution, bringing in face-to-face or electronic to group or programs. I think the 50-mile was arbitrarily established many, many, many years ago when you could drive 50 miles in an hour. And those of you living in metropolitan areas know you probably are not going to go 50 miles in an hour. In Lubbock, in an hour, you're probably going to go 70 miles, just because 75, maybe even 80, depending on how fast you go. But there's not the population density there. It's also difficult to, there's no easy way to figure out what schools are within a 50-mile radius of where you may be going until you get Google Maps out and start looking at towns and looking for institutions. And so one thing that we had discussed, and it was part of the HERC subcommittee, when we were talking about the Higher Education Regional Council, is that maybe the 50-mile rule needed to be discussed and modified based on metropolitan areas, based on how far you could really go within an hour, or how far, students are more likely to travel for face-to-face or electronic to group instruction. The other thought there is there a way that the coordinating board could do some kind of database where we can type in an address and it shows us these schools within a 50-mile radius, so that you are able to easily find who you need to contact? Because it doesn't normally need to go to everybody in the HERC, in the Higher Education Regional Council, because once again, like in West Texas, the HERC is quite large, and we don't necessarily need to go to everybody. But in the Dallas or Houston or Austin areas, it needs to go to more people. And so that was kind of where this discussion started, and it started as part of the HERC subcommittee. And then as we kind of got into it, we really saw two different themes and two different issues, some issues with the HERCs and then the 50-mile radius and notification. However, as I bring this up, I know that at the coordinating board there have been some discussions on changing some of the rules, because that came out for comment, I don't know, like a couple of weeks ago. I'm looking at Andrew and James.
It's been, I think the 30-day period is over.
Okay.
It just recently ended.
So that's kind of where I'm coming with that, and opening up to a discussion, and then I'll make the pitch where we can either have two subcommittees or one subcommittee, the HERC 50-mile radius subcommittee that discusses kind of both things. Later on, we can talk about that.
And if you need any background information on why the 50 mile is important in our policymaking, in our policy, when you're establishing an off-campus educational unit or off-campus site, either it be a higher education teaching site, recognized higher education teaching site, well, that we have right now in rule, you have to notify institutions and centers within 50 miles of the place where you're going to offer instruction. And you have to do that 60 days prior to the date that you want to establish instruction, or begin delivering instruction, I should say. That gives 30 days for institutions within that 50-mile radius to make an objection if they have some kind of problem with that particular program you want to offer in that area. And then it gives you 30 days after that to make effort to work out any kind of problems that you may have. If that doesn't work, then it does come back to the coordinating board for final decision. It has come up several times about whether or not 50, and it's the same exact scenario you put out, Lubbock, and I always put the Dallas Metroplex, going from the south to the north. I don't think you can make it in an hour, maybe, especially during heavy traffic. So.
And construction.
And construction. So, yes, this is something that's been ongoing, and I don't know the actual history of where it came from. I was really going to look towards Steve, if you remember, because I think it was during the time when those rewrites of those rules in Chapter 4, I thought that the 50-mile radius was still in there. I might be wrong. I just was seeing if you might remember.
It was already in there.
I think it was, but I can't remember specifically. I can't remember for sure. I think it was, yeah.
So essentially, you're considering the rewrite of the title, the 50-mile, as to a range or possibly a different definition on how it should be identified?
I think that's part of it, yes, does 50 miles make sense statewide, or does it make more sense to have differences based on metropolitan area? And, you know, that kind of conversation, the other being, do you still leave it as how far can somebody get in an hour, which is very different than 50 miles. You know, if you think about 50 miles, you can get much further in an hour than 50 miles, even, you know, on the highway or anything like that. It just kind of depends. So it's kind of I think a weird arbitrary number that has been probably on the books since the speed limit was probably 50 miles an hour. And maybe not, but that just kind of makes sense in my head.
But also, I'm thinking going back to the feet on the ground approach and not the online. And so, like where I'm at, you can go 50 miles without seeing a town at all, you know. So really, the re-looking at it as a separate issue, it still fits under, to me, it still fits in the off-campus realm, but it needs to be tweaked. So I guess you're looking at it as a subcommittee of a subcommittee?
Or, yeah, some kind of working group to think about that. And I know, James is moving up to the big desk again.
Something you said.
And I wanted to add too that
you know, I've stirred something up once again.
I wanted to add as well that one of the main functions of the coordinating board is to prevent over-duplication of programs in areas. Right now, the way the policy is written, the field monitors itself for over-duplication. So if I put out this notification that I'm going to offer a certain program, and I already have this program, you know, some institution already has the program, that's why the process is in that place, in place, so therefore there won't be an over-duplication. We know someone else already has it, and they have an objection for it. So I just wanted to let you know why or how it functions inside the policy itself.
And I think that's a very important part of the function, so there's not the over duplication. But I also think that if it's arbitrary 50 miles and you have a school at the very edge of a 50-mile radius offering a program and says that's undue duplication, am I going to drive in the Dallas area, am I going to go 50 miles for it if it has to be done face-to-face and I can't do it online? Or is it really duplication if you're looking at where a student actually may go? And so that's just kind of where I'm coming from, and I'll stop talking so James can say something there.
James, before you start, Jacqueline had a point a minute ago. I want to make sure we didn't get it.
Sure, and I think James may address this, but either James or Andrew, can you just refresh our memory in the proposed rules changes that came out 4 weeks ago? Did it address anything or clarify anything with respect to the 50-mile rule? I just can't remember now off the top of my head whether it did or didn't.
No, I think you're talking about the changes that are going to be considered at the upcoming cause and board cycle, and that's mostly about the table of programs and preliminary planning notification. I don't think, if I recall correctly, these two sections of rules include this 50-mile notification. One area is the distance ed area that covers off-campus instruction, and you're going to offer a program at a new place where you haven't offered it before. But we also have the same 50-mile notification requirement for any time that you offer a new program that you haven't had authorization for, even on your own campus. And that stems out of exactly what Andrew said, which is that one of the very basic legislatively mandated functions of the coordinating board is to ensure efficiency and avoid unnecessary duplication. And that's also why this only applies to you folks in the publics. The privates are outside of that mandate. They can duplicate, basically, is effectively the outcome, right? But for the publics that are supported with tax dollars, we don't want them unnecessarily competing against each other and, in essence, not using that tax money most efficiently. So no, I don't think that was in that latest iteration of the rules. The other thing I just wanted to mention, I agree, this is probably a really timely question to raise. You know, we have had this same set of notification requirements in place for a long time. But Justin and Michelle, I would just urge you to consider whatever recommendations you make sure they're feasible, right? If we have, one standard for Lubbock out in West Texas, we've got another standard for UT Dallas up in the Metroplex, and we have yet another standard for UH or for UT Health Science Center San Antonio, that's going to be really difficult to manage. So whatever you come up with, make sure it's something that we can all do. A third note that I wanted to make real quick, I checked with our staff member that does our online mapping application, HELM, the Higher Education Locator Map, and right now it does not currently have that ability to just plug in an address and what's within 50 miles, but perhaps that is something that we could do in the future, especially if we got a recommendation from this committee saying, hey, this would be a really good, useful feature for us to have access to.
I was going to recommend that you change it to more of a mathematical formula based on population, because we have more rattlesnakes than people.
That may go to feasibility, though, because we know populations are changing, maybe not as fast in your area. I do like the map approach, even if it could go so far as you put in where you want to offer. Not only does it locate the institutions, it goes ahead and gives you the email address of the people associated with them that you can put your information in and send it. That'd be really cool. Other discussion on this topic? I think there is a dilemma of, okay, so we're not worried about the duplication if it's online. We don't do this notification. So you can encroach and market and recruit in somebody's backyard of their institution as long as it's electronic. But if you want to co-locate, rent part of a strip mall and hang your shingle out, that requires notification. And at some point, is that anachronistic? Is that still, and is the policy as it's written solving the perceived problem? So how often does it, for the amount of effort that goes into the notification and so on, how often is it stopping the things you want it to stop and promoting access to higher education where, some people go, I don't want to deal with the whole, somebody might object thing, so I'm just not going to serve this population, where they're not being served and there is an express need. So nothing that we have to kind of wrestle with today, but it's things that bounce around in my head and go, is this doing what it's supposed to? And perhaps this committee can get at that and figure out, well, how is there a way to make it easier or accomplish something larger than perhaps what it may be now? Any other discussion? I really didn't mean to have the closing statement on that.
And there are some rules that are for off-campus educational units, Chapter 5 that are put out. And in those rules, we didn't touch it. I think that's why you emailed me, because that wasn't affected at all. And I agree that it should go to the committee and have you discuss it, and then we can bring recommendations back to the entire LTAC for vetting.
Yeah, I think it makes sense to have it as part of the HERC, because those are the people you're going to end up notifying, typically, or presidents, provosts, but also probably those HERC representatives. But it kind of goes beyond. So I think part of my recommendation might be that we don't have two separate committees, one 50-mile radius, one HERC. It's one committee that maybe have a dual charge to look at both HERC and regional notification for face-to-face or electronic-to-group programs off-campus education.
And is that the way it's currently structured?
I think so, yeah.
And this would be within the scope of the current charge for that group, or would we need a motion to add that?
I think we took it upon ourselves to take it as an area to address. The HERC subcommittee is going through we're trying to redo the processes that it takes for the higher education regional councils. Awareness as itself, for those of you that have served on a HERC or are currently chairing a HERC, there was no orientation in place to say, what exactly is your role in HERC? What should you be reporting? Granted, there's a lot of documentation, and Dr. Loftus does a great job of sharing that with everyone, but at times people are still confused as to, well, I'm going only to give the notification to the HERC. I also am going to start this program in a week. but I've already met my notification, when in reality we know that, as clearly stated by James, that's not how that should work. But we are doing our best effort at this point to bring the communication as to what responsibilities are for your HERC members, responsibilities for your HERC chairs, what are the guidelines that we should be following, what is our reporting structure, and so forth. We've also looked at adopting a template that several regional councils are already using to simplify and to unify how we're reporting these to the state, so there is no confusion as to, well, I put a 30-page report in and you have to filter through that 30-page report to find the information you're looking for, versus a clear template that says this is the section where the new notifications are. This is the section for approval of your HERC. So this problem may be solved in that process now that we are going to try to adopt a template. One of the new things that we're doing, and I know that you'll elaborate a little bit on this, is having an orientation for the chairs where we will present the template. That would probably be a really great time to get information from the chairs on how often this is happening. Do we have questions and concerns at your meetings, because every group should meet once a year, and get that information, and that may clarify a little bit onto people's concerns with the 50 Mile from all different regions. So it may be something that we allow the committee to continue to work on and report back after we have the orientation with the chairs, which at this time we're trying to schedule for October. So that would give us a good time to get some feedback, see where we are, introduce the new template as a possible standard for everyone so that we have reporting unification in this. I don't know if you want to add a little more to that.
Well, I was just going to add, inside of your packet, you do have a part that talks about off-campus, lower division courses and programs and higher education regional councils. This is what I was presented to the HERC chairs during the last round of meetings to clarify what they actually need to report to the HERC. It seems that in the past, excuse me, they were notifying about everything distance ed, online, all kinds. But these should just be off-campus notifications. So I tried to give clarification on that as well. Excuse me. As well as, if you, behind that, you also see the proposed template for reporting off-campus programs and courses that the institutions will have inside these other higher education regional councils or their own higher education regional council. This is what I propose to submit to the higher education regional council chair's orientation meeting, to say this is what we propose that you start to utilize when you have your meetings, just to give you some clarification. And as Michelle said, we will be attempting to schedule a HERC meeting during October, hopefully through web conferencing. Yes, we're going to do that. And we tried it the other day, and I think we almost got it right. But so we're planning on that in October.
Andrew, can you explain the difference between the two sides?
One side is programs, and one side is courses. If I'm not mistaken. So the one side, programs requiring HERC approval, and the other side is just courses. Because you can have just off-campus courses somewhere else, but not a full approved program in that other area. That's the difference between the two.
And the other thing that's been being reported through HERCs is dual enrollment. Is that
Correct.
subsumed in here, or is that a separate template?
No, that's assumed in here. See, the things that, see where it says courses that require HERC notification. In current policy, dual credit off-campus programming just require you to notify the HERC that you're doing it in these off-campus areas, but approval's not required. You just got to tell them.
So that's the distinction?
That's the difference for those two. You don't need to approve distance education. Another one is clinicals under certain situations. Clinicals don't need to be approved; they need to be notified. And there's inside the HERC instructions, it explains in there what are the situations. Like it tells you that they have to be like an employee of the site and all these kind of things. I think it's on the back page.
The only reason I comment on it, because it was confusing to me, we use a template within our HERC, and it's actually, looks a lot like this, except there's two different ones. It's one for dual enrollment, and it's a separate one for off-campus. And just knowing that we do have turnover in the HERCs, and it's always, a learning curve for folks coming into it, as well as those who do it once a year. If you could kind of put some of that information in here, dual credit and clinical in some situations, because otherwise, I don't know that it'd be clear to them what requires notification versus what requires approval.
And I think because there has been so much changeover in HERC and so many people are now doing dual credit, there are many schools that are not notifying that they are doing dual credit, and they may not realize that they are supposed to be including that in their HERC documentation. And I know it's happening, and I say that because I know it's happening in my area. A school not within our HERC is offering dual credit, and no one was notified in our area through any kind of HERC discussion or HERC notification. So I think, as Patrick said, adding that into some kind of discussion on the use of the template and the requirements of notification is going to be very important, because so many, both community colleges and universities are now doing dual credit, because you can, start it at 9th grade and that. So I think that would be something to add into.
And I think I do want to also clarify that all the HERC, and I'm hoping everyone knows it, all the HERC approvals or things that are submitted to the HERC are only lower division courses. Anything upper division or any upper division programs don't go to the HERC for approval, just lower division.
If you also notice on the template, it does define course type, dual credit, lower division credit, upper division or graduate or non-credit. What it helped us out a lot was we just started implementing the template. So current offerings, new offerings, and most importantly, those that we've deleted. So instead of having a long list that you just added things onto, this gives you a very up-to-date, what are you currently offering, what are you no longer offering. So it really helped, in this case, the South Texas Regional Group, get our information in a place where we could glance at it and say, oh, you're no longer offering this course. Maybe this is an opportunity for us to see with program growth. So it was very helpful. There's also a set of explanation of rules. You also have that in your packet that we send out to all of the HERC members as well. So they don't just get the template, they also get that. So adding those pieces, this would be a very good place to do so, as well as the orientation that will cover what we should be reporting, how we should be reporting that, and how quickly and timely those notifications need to be.
Michelle, clarification on the program type designators. Upper division or graduate credit. Since these are
That one
exclusively
needs to
lower
be,
division.
yeah, then lower division, I need to remove that. Thank you for doing that.
Now, there's a case, we have upper division dual enrollment. It's a course, so that would be on the other side. The same upper division graduate credit designator appears there, and it would be appropriate for us. It is dual enrollment. It's a 3,000 level math course for students who have kind of exhausted all the math offerings at their institution. They're advanced, but it would fall under dual credit, right? But it would also be upper division.
The other thing could be, though, upper division or graduate face-to-face or electronic to group that is being offered at a location, that you utilize this as your notification process. I mean, if the HERC meeting is within your 60 days of when you're doing this new, face-to-face or electronic to group, upper division, graduate, new program, whatever, you could utilize this as part of your notification. Now, it may go beyond the 50 miles and all of that. It kind of muddies that, but there's an option there, too.
I think the one about the upper division that sort of makes me concerned is that those need to also come to the coordinating board as well, because we have to see those as part of our approval process. But if it goes just to the HERC, it might skip me. So I think that might need to be revisited a little bit. If it's just for the notification process, I think the notification also needs to include the coordinating board as well, for upper division and graduate.
But doesn't the coordinating board get the HERC reports?
We get the HERC reports that are on the, but it doesn't, I'm not going to look at the HERC report when I have to do a program approval. I'm going to be looking for what was sent to me as far as the notification through email.
So it may be that we do need to take upper division graduate off of this, except in the cases that it's dual credit, like Patrick is saying. and not muddy the water on notification for upper division and graduate credit on this document.
I would agree with that.
So the program approvals, where you would have you have approval and you have notifications. What I'm hearing is that notification is the more important. Programs are going to come through the court. Oh, I'm sorry.
Right there. There you go.
I was just trying to clarify notification and approval on the form for upper division.
For that's the thing. The upper division should be off for this form. I should take that one off. It should just be lower division. Now, for the dual credit, I understand what you're saying, because this, I would say that's not a usual,
It's not typical.
yes,
But we've
thing
been
that
doing
I
it
see.
for 7, 8 years.
But it would apply for notification.
It would apply for notification because it's dual credit, but it's upper
So that just
division.
needs to be clarified on your footer.
On my form,
Right.
yes, yes.
Really, the programs that would go on here would be lower division programs then, right?
Correct. Social
Because upper division would be a separate notification approval process.
Correct. That would go to me, correct. Or to the coordinating board.
So as we can see, a lot of clarification is needed, especially for those members that will be voting on behalf of their universities or community colleges. So we will work to clarify those things. We'll have samples, a PowerPoint where if this is your scenario, this is where it should be reported. We're just trying to do our best to communicate these things. Several of us that have been there for a long time are still operating on other rules. And all of a sudden, when you have something new, you think, oh, maybe I haven't been doing it the correct way because I've been doing it the way I always have done it. So we just thought it was time to do that. But thank you for your input. We'll definitely consider that, Justin, as we continue to meet as a committee. But again, a committee that is needing volunteers. So keep that in mind.
And sorry, I'm not clear about the leadership of the committee. It sounds like y'all both worked a lot on it jointly. Is there a current chair? Or are you seeking a chair or just additional members?
I'm the current chair, but still seeking a current chair. Not a big deal if someone else would like to serve.
All right. Thank you very much. Anybody who has a mind for details and trying to work through possibilities, I think that would be a good call for service for you to serve on that committee. All right, I don't know, is lunch here?
Yes.
All
Yes.
right, we are at 11:43, and lunch is on the agenda as the next order of business. That seems like a good time for a break. Do you want to take 45 minutes for lunch and
That's fine.
reconvene at 12:30?
It's up to you. That's fine with me.
All right. We will break for lunch for 45 minutes and reconvene at 12:30 to continue with the agenda. Thank you very much. We are ready to reconvene as of 12:34, and we would like to adjust the agenda because we have Dr. Tracy Armstrong with us now, and she was to be a couple items down the agenda, but we'd like to go ahead and take advantage of her availability now and introduce her as the Director of Innovation and Policy Development for the Coordinating Board. So if you would, tell us a little bit about yourself and your vision for this role.
This is the first time, it's the first time I've been up here. I've sat at that end, but haven't been up. So thank you very much for inviting me and for accommodating my on the timeline. Yes, my name's Tracy Armstrong, and I am the Director of Innovation. And as my kids ask me, what do you do, Mom? Do you innovate? That's the joke in the house. So they asked me to define what innovate means, but I'll get to that. A little bit about myself. I am originally a K-12 educator in Ontario. I was a middle and high school Spanish, English, and French teacher, so encantada, enchanté, and happy to be here. I'm getting a little rusty on my Spanish, but it's getting better. I became a vice principal in charge of discipline, and apparently I was really good at it because my predecessor said that when my name went up in lights on some part of the school wall, I was doing well, and it appeared very quickly in the boys' washroom in the tech hall. So I left that in 2002 to do a PhD at University of Virginia. It was supposed to be a 2-year plan, but 13 years later, and 3 children through the same high school in Charlottesville, Virginia, my husband and I decided then we can start to pursue our goals outside of living within a specific school district. So he brought me to Austin a couple of years ago, and I'm still adjusting to the heat and the weather. But and I was just sharing jokes with Jacqueline about the snow versus the heat. My research at University of Virginia looked at leadership development. My perspective of learning is that learning is very much a social activity. It's a constructivist point of view. So internships, practicums, anything to do with hands-on experiences is very much close to my heart. I looked at a cohort program in Fairfax, Virginia that was being sponsored by the Wallace Foundation, funded, and explored to what extent people turn to each other for support. And when I asked them that question on a blank piece of paper, they got to define support and what they needed in learning their new role. And it was fascinating to see them struggle with it, but the outcome of that research sort of confirmed what we already know. We turn to each other for support. Whether it's career purposes, we turn to acquire information, transfer of knowledge. We turn to each other to get feedback, appraisal on how we're doing. We turn to each other to if we're motivated to think about our career going forward, we turn to each other for how do I get my career advancing at this point. And then from a non-career perspective, you call it a psychosocial or personal perspective, we turn to each other for friendship, effective concern. We turn to each other for affiliation, sense of belonging, especially in what we're doing in our work. And the last one, it's my supervisor's ideas. He told me I had to start everything with the same consonant or vowel. So I started with A, and I said, okay, how do I create a word that would fit it? And it came up with arousal. And I used arousal, which my husband laughs at this time, but I use it in the sense that it's a transfer of energy. You turn to each other for energize, and you have those energizing people in your organization that you turn to that get you excited about things, that get you motivated. And you also have people around that suck all that energy out of you. I have another word for that, but I won't share that one. So my research is focused on developmental learning networks and mentoring, et cetera. When I saw this job, Director of Innovation, I immediately thought, okay, what does that mean? And for me, I'm very conceptual and theoretical. I had to go deep in my thoughts and say, okay, what would that role envision? How would I see it playing out? And I'm very much Peter Senge fan of systems perspective. And I use something from I'll quote something from him. He says, there's something in all of us that loves to put together a puzzle, that loves to see the image of the whole emerge. And that's me. I'm not the engineering person, the data person to a certain extent, but I'm the person that likes to look at things and say, how could we do them better? And innovation for me is not necessarily all technologically based. I mean, right now it can help tremendously in multiple problems that we want to solve, but it's not necessarily the only solution that I turn to. And I'll give you an example. I was on campus at ACC last week visiting and getting an idea of their technologically mediated advisory system that they're implementing. And I asked, what are the challenges and barriers that you're facing? And one of them is childcare. They have students dropping out because they just don't have someone to take care of, single parents. And that's not a technology innovation, but it's something that, how can we bring things together, ideas together to assist that so that the student success is the critical component. What motivates me is understanding the student experience, whether it's K-12, whether it's my own children's educational experience. I have 3 grown children. They have 3 undergraduates underneath them. One has a graduate degree, and our third one just went back to law school at the University of Oregon this fall. So I think I'm well-versed in terms of understanding higher ed. Where I'm going with my role, I have another quote that I like to use. If you heard of swarm business principle, and it refers to the fact that throughout history, we tend to, when we think of innovation, we tend to think of somebody tinkering away in a garage, or that single person that's got the light bulb that turned on and suddenly it became a wonderful, innovative thing. I like to think of it as a collaborative, innovative network that sparks that. And this, Glure and Cooper, they refer to it as often the individuals in these groups are motivated by their devotion to an idea and to the collaborative process of working with others toward a common goal, knowing that their reward might be nothing more than the positive feelings that success breeds. They set out initially not with the thought of realizing a financial gain, but rather to meet a challenge or solve a problem, and the resulting collaboration typically benefits those involved and even sometimes society as a whole. The swarming of bees. With no central direction, bees self-organize to build nests, feed, nurture offspring, gather food, and even decide on their next queen. My role is not to be the next queen. My role is to work with all colleges and universities, and I extend that to the workforce and to K-12, and try to bring a more holistic perspective to solving the challenges and the barriers that we face in higher education. Gracias. Merci.
Thank you.
And thank you. Do you have any questions for me? Oh, I can give you some projects I'm working on if they're, all right. Yes, so this is the exciting thing about this role. When they hired me, they brought me in, they said, okay, these are the 4 goals, the 60 by 30 text plan, which I'm sure you're familiar with. And you should frame whatever it is that you'd like to work on around those goals in the sense of how will it contribute to one or more of those goals. And I thought, wow, this is exciting. I get to choose my agenda. Things that I've picked are open educational resource, and I have OpenStax coming in next week for a meeting. Daniel Williamson and Scott Hochberg is working with him. And I've also invited Nicole Allen and Nick Shockey, and they're from the SPARK organization, which is in Washington, D.C. And I've met them. I met her actually at a conference in Wisconsin about 3 weeks ago, and I'm very motivated or intrigued by their approach to solving the bottom line for students, the cost, because it ultimately impacts graduation and retention, and also our access to not just educational resource, but our access to data. And at the federal level, the national level, they're trying to implement, and maybe it's already been passed, legislation that says if we're going to offer grants to these organizations, funding for research, to conduct research, then that research must be published and open for all access. Those things that motivate me, that's one of them. The other one that intrigues me, I've been following the iPass and the Guided Pathways Initiative that's Achieving the Dream and funded by the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. The reason that intrigues me, it's technology, but it also has that opportunity to bring a lot of elements together, a lot of moving parts. And I haven't found it yet, the magic bullet is out there. But there are a lot of products and technology that are being developed. Some of these companies, private for the most part, are trying to acquire other companies to build the portfolio. And where I see that going is that you've got advising that occurs for career advising, so workforce, at the front end or at the tail end. You have academic advisors. You have financial advisors, and that leads to another project that I'm working on is financial literacy. I'm working with student aid. And you have behavioral social advising. How do you bring that all together so that there's an early alert system that we can identify students that come in that are at risk within the first 2 weeks, that maybe in the third year, they call it the murky middle, the EAB, I don't know if you, Education Advisory Board, Student Success Collaborative. They call it the murky middle, that there are students that get to the third year and they don't register for the next and they don't come back. And there needs to be some kind of signal system that identifies those students so that it goes into the advisory system and an academic, career, behavioral, whatever it is allowed to intervene at that point. So instead of the typical advising system that's been, reactive, first year, you go in, you meet with your advisor, you sit down, and maybe you'll never see that person again, maybe you will. This is a proactive advisory approach. And I've seen a few. I went to ACC, I was down at UTSA, South Texas. I understand somebody's here in South Texas. Yes. You have one that's through the Guide Pathways iPass initiative as well. I've got my eye on you. I understand you're way south, but those are three, and there's one more. Yeah, financial literacy program. So they all blend something around the 4 goals and contributing to building success on those 4 goals. So you did pick up that I'm Canadian? No? Okay. I am from Canada. I became an American citizen last October in San Antonio. My husband and I, and this is my first election year, I said to, when I was introduced the other day, and I said, I picked yes. We have a lot of relatives that are saying, are you sure you wanted to become an American citizen? But that's okay, it's a good experience, but for me, it's a learning experience, a really tremendous learning opportunity. And we had 3 children that have gone through, one in New York City, one in Seattle, and one in California that went through the process as well. So it's been a great experience. From a perspective of being a global citizen, I lived in Spain for a year. I studied in Spain. I really, truly believe that you need to broaden your horizons by looking at education systems beyond. That's one of the reasons I came to the United States, is I'd completed my undergrad BA in Toronto and Queen's University, and my MEd in Saskatchewan, and I wanted a different perspective. And I thought, what better place to go? And because in Canada, the joke is everything they do in the United States, we pick up on it 5 years later, which isn't true. But I wanted to come to the United States and broaden my perspective of what was going on in education here. And I'm staying. I'm delighted to be here. Any questions?
I think it might be interesting if you've identified some things that overlap with areas of interest with this committee. OER is something that we've talked about for a long time, done actually different reports on for legislative budget boards and others when they're interested, usually legislatures in session, those types of things. Open data, access to data, using our data to make decisions, advising and pathways for students to get their credential as easy as possible. So it seems like there are a lot of touch points with areas of interest to this committee. So I wonder if it would be possible for you to perhaps, as the opportunity arises for future agendas, for you to kind of update us on your work and kind of listen in maybe to what we're doing, or review the minutes to see if there are things of interest that you'd like to be engaged with or hear from us about as well.
I actually contacted Andrew and invited myself to say.
Good.
Not that we hadn't met. Maybe we hadn't met by then. I've only been with the agency almost 2 months now, so I'm a recent hire. So I'm still getting to know acronyms, and coming from the East Coast and from Canada, I have the whole identification of colleges, private, independent, public, universities and colleges in my desk, and I memorize them so that, and I have maps too, because my husband's a GIS specialist, and he's going to test me on that. But I'm trying to get a sense, and my goal would be to visit every single place and sit down and listen to. So if you'd like to invite me to come to your university to see what you're doing and share, I think that's the process of innovation, is collaborating, sharing ideas. And I must say that when I've gone into a couple of places, they're a little skeptical of why the coordinating board person is coming in, because I think the coordinating board has had a different role, perhaps, than the director of innovation. This is a new department. It was only created 2 years ago. So I don't go in with the sense I'm evaluating thing. I go in to understand what's going on, what's working, what are the challenges you're facing, and how can we work together? And maybe you have an idea. If you want to connect with me, I have cards, but the best way to find me is LinkedIn. On LinkedIn, just connect and say who you are, and if you'd like to meet virtually, we can do that as well. I thought I'd be happy to come back and report on what I'm finding.
Fantastic. And another thing that you mentioned was some of the folks that you were going to be meeting with soon, Williamson and Hopper, Shockey and Allen.
Yes.
And those are things that a lot of folks around the table may be interested in too. So as opportunities occur where it might be something that they could meet with this group virtually, like they're coming in here anyway, and you might be able to hold a web conference.
They would welcome that. This only just happened, in fact, the last 2 days, because I got a request from, it wasn't Daniel Williamson, it was Scott Hochberg, asking to meet. And then Nicole Allen said, I'm flying into Austin for another reason. And they knew each other. So I decided, okay, we're going to coordinate. And just this morning, I sent out an email to the IPD group, the Innovation Policy Development Group, saying, here, they're coming in. I have them between 2:30 to 4:30 on Tuesday afternoon. But if there is somebody here that would like to sit in on that session, we're in the Tejas room, just let me know, and I can send an invitation to you. And Nicole and Scott and Daniel and Nick have all said, we're happy to meet with as many people that you'd like to have that discussion with. So please let me know, and I can certainly put you in there. I might have to get a bigger room because I think I'm getting more interest than what I thought. But as I said, it's just evolving the last 2 days.
And this is for next Tuesday?
Mm-hmm. Tuesday, September 13th.
The proximity, it may be difficult to pull together for this opportunity.
Right.
But in the future, if there are those, and you could share that with Andrew to circulate to the committee, and we could do it via web conference, because most people wouldn't be able to travel in for a couple-hour session. That would be an excellent way to get people to continue to find out about these topics, which we've all expressed interest in at different points.
Maybe we can set that up as a web conference, Andrew. I'm not sure, but right now they're just.
You'd have to check with the ISS folk.
Okay. If there's interest for it, I certainly don't mind doing it. I asked them to do a 10 to 15-minute presentation, just followed by discussion with each one. So one's presenting at 2:30, the other one's presenting at 3.
That would be fascinating. Charlene?
Yes, on behalf of all the members of TXDLA in this room and across the state, I think you would be an excellent person to come and get involved in our organization to pick up on what's going on and let us know what you're doing. So
Thank you
I
for the
hope to
invite.
see you there.
Thank you so much for being with us. Any other questions or comments? All right, thank you, Dr. Armstrong. We
All
look
right.
forward to working with you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
It's off.
Yes, no, turn it on.
All right, now we'll return to our regular agenda, and our next item is mine. It is update and discussion of institutional survey of learning technology. And I think, Andrew, you put in the packet the most recent version, which includes updates that were made based on recommendations last time. So there is an executive summary at the beginning that Sune drafted, and then I made some changes to it because some of the, it was tricky because some of the percentages that he had come up with were different than what they needed to be because he was doing percentages of the whole, but people responded more than once to some things, so I went back and changed those. But in any case, it was great benefit to have him go through it and put that together. I just went back and made some minor revisions. Also had Dr. Kevin Eason, formerly at Tarrant County College, since retired, who helped to categorize the questions and kind of synthesize some of them together. So that question, I believe it's 34, those are in an order that are grouped together so as to make more sense of them. But those were questions that we got from people who completed the survey about what they'd like to hear answered in a future survey. So now let me back up, since I've told you a great deal of detail about what's changed since last time. For those of you who weren't here last time,
I was going to say that.
this is kind of a project of passion that I had to find out what other institutions were doing around various distance education and learning technology topics. So I brought that to this committee. It was endorsed. It was implemented last June. Then we tried to get some of the independent colleges to participate. We got 7 of them, but wasn't a huge interest there in participating. We brought the results back in several stages, kind of have the final product now, and I believe it's being reviewed by someone here on staff before sending it out as kind of the final version.
Correct. I sent it to leadership in our division to look at the results, and they're really impressed with the report, with the survey. And in fact, as we get closer to the subcommittee part of the agenda, one of the requests was that we do this again, continue to do this report, to do this survey, but see if we can get the results out quicker. That was one of the things.
That'd be good.
Yes, yeah. So if we can, because they do think that this is a benefit to the state of Texas and distance education as a whole in Texas. So I'm going to do as Michelle did in the past earlier. I'd like to put in a promotional statement that if you're looking for a committee to be involved with, this would be a good one as well.
Thank you. Appreciate that endorsement.
And I also want to say this. I want to formally state my appreciation to Patrick for doing all this work. This was a lot of work to do, to get this report out and formatting it the way it is, and working with Sune. Sune did, helped with the executive summary and so forth, and I want to thank you for the work that you've done on this.
It's been my pleasure. I'd also like to thank everybody who contributed to it. Some of you, even who weren't on this committee before, may have been the folks at your institution who were filling this out. So really helpful. We had over 50% participation from all the publics in Texas. So that adds to this being something that actually might be valid and reflective of general trends in Texas. The other piece of vision that I have for it, beyond it being kind of a annual here's what's going on, and even being able to identify trends, is at some point turning it into something where we can connect others who are wrestling with the same things as we are, that are using the same instructional technology combinations and maybe considering one piece to integrate into their environment, talking with our colleagues around the state, connecting us to one another to go, how did this work for you? What did you think? Now, the risk of doing that, making some type of directory of every distance learning chief officer at every institution, is that if it gets out in the public, in the hands of vendors, et cetera, well, I don't know how many more vendor opportunities you could get in your box than you already are. But there's that possibility that it could be. What's that?
Our information's already public.
Right, but it's not terribly, it's not easy necessarily to gather all of the people. This would really be sanctioning that these are the people at their institutions who make these decisions or know who does. So there's that kind of concern. So we could talk about, do we put it behind some type of privacy wall that folks log into? Does that diminish the value of it because then it's less accessible? Those kinds of issues. And I do have people who have volunteered to serve on the survey committee who I haven't taken full advantage of their offer. Charlene is one of those. Michelle is another. So hope you continue to be interested because I think we're at a point now where we have this ready to go out, want to have it sent around as soon as it's, it sounds like maybe it's ready for that from leadership or near it, and get the next survey out within a month. And what that would entail is taking the questions we already ask and determining which ones we want to ask again, or did we find out what we wanted to know and can move on, and which of the questions that others thought might be helpful to get an answer to really cross that threshold of a lot of people think that's true. And one way to do that, I'd like to throw out there and get alternate suggestions too, is to put the whole survey out there with the questions that people already answered, 34 of them, and then the new questions, which there's probably another 34 there, so it'd be like 70 questions, but just rank them and maybe rank them 1, real important, 2, somewhat interested, 3, not interested in asking that again, and then I could tally that up just for this group. That'd be a really quick way to get some sense of what it is we want. It's not a what do you call it, a Delphi process, where you iteratively tweak the questions and ask people. It's really just a ranking thing. But I think that might give some relative weights to what we think is worth asking again, and with the caution that if everybody answers 1 for everything, it's going to be too long for anybody to actually complete this survey. But I would like at this point, before we go to looking at committees and asking for people to help out, what might be other ways to quickly look at the survey and decide what it should look like next time?
Patrick, could I just ask clarification? So this morning, I was charged with doing questions and that, and one thing we had talked about is eventually putting those questions into this survey. But if you want to send it out in a month, that's probably not going to happen. So can I get some, I mean, are we thinking?
What time frame would work? Because it may be ambitious to get it out in a month anyway, but as Andrew expressed, there's interest from CB staff in doing it and getting results back sooner rather than later. And I don't know what the tolerance is for that timeline.
It would depend on, first, where are you saying it might not be feasible to put your questions out? Time frame.
Well, the alternative credentialing provider discussion we had this morning, we had talked about developing a beta study of questions from this group to look at, and then eventually they would go out to a larger population to survey what their thoughts. And at one point during that discussion, it was talked about adding those questions into this survey, even though this survey may not go to the correct person to answer the questions. Now, if it's decided that the alternative credentialing questions need to go separately to maybe the chief academic officer or provost instead of the distance ed person, then I don't have an objection to a month. But if we think that we need to add those into this question, I'm thinking a month is a little ambitious to do a quick, beta here with this group and then get questions ready to go out to a larger committee.
Would it be more feasible to actually put out those, putting out an idea, would it be feasible to put out those questions by themselves?
And it might be, because those questions may not need to go to the same person that this survey went to.
Correct.
And I think that's maybe a discussion to have, and I mean, that's fine with me. I just, I also know that at some point in the semester, we all start getting surveyed to death.
In my opinion, I think they should be separate because just if you look at the questions on this survey and the type of information you're trying to get from what he's talking about, it's two pretty unrelated things from where I see it.
And I mean, if we are, so for for running the process for what does the next survey look like, it seems like if you could do your beta among this group in that same time frame, then we could reevaluate and see if really they could go together or not. So that maybe we don't know right now whether it's a good fit or not. Probably not in terms of who's going to be answering the questions, but certainly if you just want to ask one question, who on your campus would be the most likely person to answer questions about evaluating credit from third-party providers? You know, that would be real easy to incorporate. And that might be what emerges from the beta test as kind of the most valuable first step. So given that it'll probably take a month just to get the information back from this group, synthesize it to what questions we should ask on the Learning Technology Survey, do you think you could, in that same time, kind of do the beta with this group, and then you and I could chat about it and see what would make sense?
I will try. Yes, I think so.
Then I will try to. Charlene? Oh, sorry, Jacqueline.
Could you, Patrick and Andrew, reconfirm for the group our communication plan for distributing the report in addition to the stakeholders? That was one of the things. But I understand leadership is looking at it now. Andrew, was it the intent that this would be a PDF linked to the LTAC page, and that's how we would then drive people to that, as well as send that copy or alert people via email? Because we know who responded to the survey, just to say it's out there. And I was just curious what our
Sure.
plans to disseminate the information.
So that they're yes to putting the PDF of this on the LTAC page. Yes. It doesn't identify any of the institutional responses individually, so no concerns about folks, vendors, et cetera, going after individual institutions, et cetera. And then communicating via email to two parties, three if you include this body, but one is everybody who completed this survey as a representative of their institution, usually somebody in charge of distance education, sometimes at a higher level as a provost or vice provost, and the chief academic officer or chief instructional officer at every institution, regardless of whether we received a response from that institution or not.
Because when the
Chief
original-
Information Officer?
Yeah.
Do you have a list of
When we
those?
first did it,
I don't-
I thought we had a mailing, as I recall, the first solicitation went both to the CAO and the CIO. Am I
CIO in that
remembering?
context was Chief Instructional
Oh,
Officer
and
for
not
a
the
community
C-
college.
And not the.
Right.
and
Because
not
CV
the-
does not have a list of CIOs.
Okay.
I mean, it could be an encouragement in that communication to share it with your Chief Information Officers and others who this may be relevant to.
Okay.
That's a good point.
Yeah.
But yeah, that was confusing to me too, because outside the context of a university, I didn't know what a CIO was. But yeah, it is the
CAO
same
of
as
a-
a CAO or provost at a community college. Yeah. Any other ideas or thoughts? Or should I proceed with kind of polling this group for what questions do you think are most salient?
Patrick, remind me if we had decided at our last meeting when our usual distribution of the survey would be? We had looked at a timeline when we tried to identify those times that we don't get, like the EDUCAUSE survey and other surveys, trying not to overlap on those timelines. Did we reach a decision on that? I don't
know if it's in the minutes, but I know what I had in my head was mid-September, which is like, next week or now. So that's probably not gonna be where we hit.
Maybe option two, but.
Yeah, and then we also have not just when does survey fatigue kick in for the fall, but where are we in our life cycles of the university? And so, I think what we thought about mid-September was you're 3 weeks into the semester, haven't hit midterms yet, you're not on that downhill coast from Thanksgiving to Christmas. If we push this a month out, we're kind of hitting midterms, and the further you go, I think the more those surveys begin to snowball. So that's why I'd kind of still like to shoot for a month out, even though that's ambitious, if we could hit that. So I'd like to formally propose that it would be a mid-October target date, unless there's some argument for other times.
In terms of questions, because you said you had some others to add and to discuss, and the group may, is there a target number of how many questions you want to have? I mean, because 34 on here is quite, I mean, it's a pretty full survey, and if you add more
I think 35 would be fine.
Okay, so we have one more. We can add one more, okay.
Yeah, and you know, they really, the challenge with it is they require different effort to answer. What's your LMS? I hope you know, because that's, but what are you doing to address concerns around web accessibility in your online courses? Okay, open-ended, that could be volumes. So, yeah, I would think it should be probably around that 35. So if there's something new we want to ask, it should be replacing something old. Because otherwise, we're just not going to get a very high response rate. It's just going to be too long.
So, Patrick, I just want to make sure I'm clearing my head in terms of how we want to assess within this group, because this is our maiden effort, and we had a lot of different kinds of questions in here, to your point.
Yeah.
If we do it on an annual basis, would the purpose of the annual basis survey be, what's the state of the state? What do we see just in terms of products? And then we've got maybe 10 standard of these questions that you just kind of knock through because it just tells you what's going on. And then there's another component part of the survey that's really either the more open-ended, exploratory issues. I mean, now we're in year 2 of the survey, and I don't know that we thought about, as we go through the iterative process, were we going to divide it up that way, whether that was a discussion of the survey group. So then that helps us think through, okay, one bucket is the state of the state, and another one's, what are the new trends? And then we can start to parse out how many questions. I guess that's, or is this the charge of the survey committee to figure out how to do that? That was a complicated set of questions.
Yeah, I think there is interest of it being some questions remain the same so that you can establish trends. Knowing that you may have even if we had a 50% plus return rate again this time, could be a different 50% than last time. So saying that it's truly a trend may be a bit of a stretch. But I like that thinking that, yeah, there should be some that we pretty much deem as these are ongoing. We kind of want to know these for the next 3 years at a minimum, and others that are, okay, let's put a candle out there and see which way the wind blows on these, and it may just be one time.
And it might be where, and I forget how this was delivered, was it Qualtrics?
Qualtrics.
So it may be some scaffolding, but like there are some of these questions that probably aren't going to change year to year. So it may be, have you changed your LMS in the last year? Yes, no. And if they have, then we ask them some questions on LMS. And if they haven't, then we skip those and we ask some of these other state of the state or something like that. I mean, it may make the development of the survey a little more complicated, but there are certain things that, I mean, if I was at a school changing LMSs every year, I mean, I wouldn't be at that school very long. But it's kind of the thing. There are certain things I think on here that were great to give us a baseline, and then there are other things that probably will be changing as the technology changes and the landscape changes in Texas.
But I think to do the survey that you're talking about, it would almost have to be a login survey where it's kept the data. It had to be that type of login survey, so we may need to think about changing to that. Think about some of the other surveys where if it's that kind of survey that does the scaffolding, you have to log in with some kind of ID and then you complete the information. It's not what we've done so far, right?
Yeah, so several challenges that emerge in looking at this. I think what you're suggesting is that a person who logs in affiliated with an institution, it would prompt them with data from what they responded before. Is this because the other issue being continuity and leadership. So I'm certain there will be instances, probably a number of them, where the person who fills it out this time isn't the person who filled it out last time. So you can't count on someone's memory to say, oh yeah, that's what the response was last time. This is how it's different. Now I'm going to branch over here. That's an unavoidable consequence of ongoing change. Did you have a comment?
Well, it was a question.
Sure.
I thought you had asked if the coordinating board would be able to provide the back end for the database for the ongoing collection of the data, which would allow a person to create their own account and do the input and keep the long term.
Well, Andrew, I'm going to,
That would be a question I'd have to take back. I'm not sure exactly how the portal system works.
knowing the commitment of effort that's been required to create the 2 program inventories, one for face-to-face programs and one for online programs, and then get those to see each other. And I know that has been an ongoing effort. My guess is that the resources aren't available there to commit. Is that fair to say?
I would say that'd be a fair statement, yes. Right now, at this present moment, I could bring it back, but I'm not sure exactly how equipped we are right now to take on that type of task. But I can bring it back. I can bring it back and bring back a determination from whatever the information technology people say.
Okay. Here's the easier thing that would be possible to do, but it has its own set of risks, I suppose. So there is a full database of all the responses, not in aggregate, not in chart form. It is, here's what everybody said. So that would be pretty easy to put somewhere where anybody who had the link could go and look at it and see what they said and what everybody else said. I believe we looked at some of that information here in this group kind of privately. It wasn't something we circulated formally outside of this group. So that's possible. So they could go, oh, what did I say last time? They could also see what did Patrick's institution see last time. That's that thing I was talking about that has some great value about going, what are other people doing? But again, we have to come to terms with what are the risks of making that information somewhat public.
Yeah, but for a user, like submitting the information, if I was able to see what was submitted for my institution the next time, it would actually expedite my responses and just change the answers on the ones that were relevant.
Right.
So there's a benefit.
Oh, absolutely.
So,
Patrick, could it be possible to do some kind of mail merge with the database and last year, these are the responses you gave to the survey. Here is the link to this new survey. I mean, if you've got it in a database, it seems to be probably could be possible to do a mail merge. This is who responded, and we sent it to him. Here is what you said last year, just in a email form, and at the end you say this is the link to the new survey to, fill in again or something like that. I don't know how it was sent out last year, so that may be a really labor intensive, but it might be something.
It's probably not so labor intensive as to prevent it from being an option. However, the output would not be terribly useful to the individual if it were formatted that way, because how the data exists in a table is when you have a multiple choice option for what e-portfolio do you use, if you use one, and then you list 10 options and currently considering and don't use one, that's 10 different columns of responses, perhaps with multiple things checked, perhaps with none. So the spreadsheet actually, if you look at it for any given institution, isn't 34 columns, it's in the hundreds of columns. So it's not easy to digest if you're unfamiliar with it. And I'm not sure how to
Yeah, and then
digest it in a more, consumer-friendly format or provide it in a more.
There are other products out there that would allow you to do a merge and attach a document to it. I wonder if it's, if you export out somebody's responses and Qualtrics into individual PDFs, and then
That might be possible. That's a good suggestion.
attach and send out that way. Once again, making sure it's not so labor intensive that you've got to have somebody sitting there, or Andrew sitting there, and I don't know who sent it out last year.
That was a team effort. I had to give them all the different addresses and so forth.
Yeah, because basically using Qualtrics to automate the process, I built a panel and then selected all the members of the panel and sent it to them. And that way I could get tracking on who had completed, who hadn't, send periodic automatic reminders for those who hadn't, thank yous to those who had. Becomes complicated. But the PDF thing, that could work. It'd still be a manual process for the number of institutions we have, but it's doable. It's doable. And not only doable, but it could be useful. I'm afraid just sending them their string of data from the survey in an Excel would not help them much. Yeah. But first things first, figuring out which questions we want to include. Maybe after we have a committee formed on this, then we could pull together and figure out if we want to divide it in two from the start and have folks vote for what's ongoing, what's exploratory, as well as ranking the individual questions within those categories. So kind of two processes. I just want to thank everybody for their time and attention to helping with this, completing it. Those who are hearing it for the first time, hopefully you will be the person at your institution who helps make this happen there and helps use the data here to hold discussions at your own institutions about here's what others are doing. Is that something we're even wrestling with? I think it has the potential to make a big difference if we share this type of information with one another on a regular basis. And so, again, very grateful for everybody's contributions to the effort. If there are no more questions or comments on that, we will go ahead and move to the selection of subcommittee members. And these, when we say subcommittees, these are committees within the Learning Technologies Advisory Committee. So they will take on some of the functional efforts of this body in a more localized type of effort. And I believe that Andrew had some photocopies.
Yes, yes. On your table in front of you, I'd placed a small spreadsheet that has the names of the members of the committee and whether or not they were in part, or whether or not they were part of a subcommittee. And the subcommittees are abbreviated above, and then and below you can see what the actual names of the subcommittees are. The first one, the doctoral program subcommittee, that's the standing subcommittee. That's the one that, as distance ed doctoral proposals are submitted to the coordinating board, they have to go in front of the LTAC to then have the LTAC review it and see if it has all the quality components to be a distance ed program in the state, doctoral program. There's two different kinds. One of them is those that are existing, some that are brand new programs that they're going to start or implement as a distance ed program, but they go in front of the LTAC committee. The subcommittee looks at these doctoral program proposal submissions first, and then once they look at the proposal, they then make a recommendation as to whether or not it has all the components that is necessary to then present to the full LTAC for consideration of recommendation of approval to the board. So right now, we currently have Jimmy Bird and Jacqueline Mock, who are remaining on the committee. I would like to have at least one more, but I just don't want to have an even number. I like to keep it as an odd-numbered committee.
And we also need to have, does the committee designate its own chair, or does somebody?
And designate one chair. We had, last time it was a chair was sort of, she took on the responsibility, which was Pam Morgan. Correct. Pam Morgan took it on, and she made the presentations in front of the LTAC as what these proposals contain, and they gave a rundown of the proposal for the LTAC. So I wanted to first see, is anyone might be interested in, first of all, do you have any questions on what I just said about what this committee does?
Be interested to know from Jacqueline, as the representative who's participating in it, what's the workload expectation for serving on that committee? And if you know, what is the expectation for chairing that committee in terms of how long does it take? When does that work occur?
So I think in the process, just in talking to Andrew, we're going to change some of the timing of the presentation to sync up with the subsequent steps of the approval. But in and of itself, the proposal review, so for those of you who do a lot of academic program reviews or proposal reviews, it's that same amount of time. The documents are anywhere from 40 to 70 pages. Once you get into the swing of things, they're actually pretty rapid reads. You know what you're looking at in terms of looking at the content. The key points from an LTAC perspective are really adhering to the principles of good practice and what do you see. And in particular, what we've started to see in the changes in the last year were really a responsiveness to making sure that there's integrity in the testing, that we have the authentication either through proctoring or other mechanisms. That was a point of interest for LTAC. So, again, it's hard, this is just because I'm the Chief Academic Affairs Officer for my campus. I do this day in and day out, and, you know, it takes me 15 minutes for a proposal to read it, go through and understand it. I would say Pam Morgan was really experienced, so I don't know how much more prep time she did. Mostly she and Andrew were dogged in making sure that Jimmy and I actually responded and said, did you have any other comments to bring to Andrew? And so it's really the kind of logistics, I think, and she served a really great role as a chair, so.
And it's hard to say exactly how many you might have. For instance, for this meeting, there were none.
Right.
There was no proposals at all. Sometimes you may have two.
2 or 3.
Yeah,
but
maybe, but it's not usual. Usually, maybe I'd say at the most
1
two.
to 2.
1 to
Yeah.
2, right.
And Andrew, because this is a standing committee, is there a requirement for representatives from community college, health science center, and senior institution, or does it matter?
This one, there's no guidance on that one. It's just a committee that is formulated. Excuse me? Right, because it's a doctoral program. Yes, sir.
And for the benefit of the new members also, is it still the case that when a proposal is considered by the whole committee, after the subcommittee gets to it and vets it, do representatives of that doctoral program from that university join us either live or as electronically, so that it's not just the decision of the subcommittee, but also other members of the committee can also ask questions or participate in the conversation?
Absolutely. When those...
That was a long-winded question, but it was,
no,
we really was.
and I knew exactly what you were talking about. Yes, and when the proposal is submitted back to the LTAC, so that we want to have the proposals reviewed from the full LTAC, then those representatives are asked to come, either, as you said, in person or through a phone conference. And you can ask questions of them, and it's fully vetted when we go through the LTAC.
Correct, so it won't come to the full LTAC committee in this forum until the subcommittee has reviewed the proposal and recommended considering it. And sometimes there is some back and forth if there are questions that or things that need to be clarified. That happens between the doctoral proposal committee and the institution. Once those are satisfied, the recommendation comes through Andrew to the LTAC to approve it, and then they're scheduled to appear or join online to give an explanation and answer any further questions of the committee at that point.
Correct.
And then we approve, or usually by the time it comes here, I don't think we've had a case where it came to us with the recommendation of the doctoral proposal committee and we did not approve it. Jacqueline?
That's correct.
And I think, just to answer another question, if there were some things that we found that were lacking inside the proposal, we then, for the most part, and tell me if I'm saying this wrong, we will go back to the institution and say,
Right.
these are the parts that you need to address first.
Yes.
This is what we think that the LTAC is going to have questions on, so please provide some more information on this.
That's correct.
And they will respond in writing, and that gets included
Correct.
with the submission that comes here. Yep. So we're seeking at least one more member of that committee?
Yes.
Or 3 more?
Or 3 more, yes.
But not 2.
But not 2.
Do we have any volunteers? All right, Erasmus?
Third day? All right.
Anyone else any other 2 people like to also volunteer? Jason?
If it's okay with everybody, I would like to volunteer also to
course.
review the proposal.
Patricia.
Thank you, Patricia. All right, so we have 5 committee members there.
Perfect.
That's excellent. I don't think we want 7.
No.
But I don't want to prevent anybody from contributing if they want to. There any more volunteers or nominations for service on the doctoral proposal committee? All right. Then we have our set, and you've got that on your sheet as well.
The next committee that we have on the sheet is the Principles of Good Practice, where we are going to continue the work. Well, Michelle, do you want to take this one? Or?
Sure, I think, sure, why not? I think we're right. We're just looking for volunteers for the Committee on Principles of Good Practice. So by all means, I think I talked about it enough earlier that you're familiar with the exciting things that are happening in this committee. So any volunteers are welcome.
And that's
Yeah, that's my
Sharita.
question, Dean.
Gotcha.
How many?
Yeah, I would like to volunteer for it. We're in the process right now of truly reorganizing and revamping our entire online program. And with new leadership, with all sorts of new organizational structure, interaction with the rest of the institution. So the Principles of Good Practice would be an excellent guideline for us to include in our strategic plan in that effort. So that's why I'd really like to be part of that committee.
I'd like to be your seventh person to break the tie.
Okay.
Or can I take myself off volunteering a committee so that I can serve on a different committee?
Which committee?
You have to find someone to trade places with. Right?
I can replace you.
Oh, I have two volunteers.
Actually, 3.
Or 3.
So
There you
Jacqueline,
go.
you want to come off of the...
I would respectfully ask to come off the Principles of Good Practice because I'd like to volunteer on a different committee, and I would not want to take away an opportunity for another member of this august group to serve.
And you're remaining on the doctoral program
Yes.
proposal review committee. And we got our complement of 5 there, but we didn't establish who is chairing it. Do we do that after we get all our committee members, or should we do that as we go along?
2, 3, 4, 5. For which one?
I'm sorry, 5 on doctoral. We're at 6 on principles of good practice.
If you need a 7th person for the Principles of Good Practice.
Yes.
I can be.
You like to?
Francisco.
Okay, Francisco.
Want to chair the
I think it's the pleasure of the committee, or of the advisory committee, but
But
Did you want-
Charlene was interested, and I think Lydia was also interested, yes?
Right. Yeah.
If you need me to be an odd number, I will be the odd number.
You'll be odd?
I'll be odd for you.
This is for principles of good practice.
We still have the HERT committee that needs people too.
Be on more than one.
Michelle can't have everybody.
And Jimmy Bird's still serving, right? He's just not able to attend
He just
today.
wasn't here today. So did you say you do want to be on the
Yes.
Principles of Good Practice?
If you need me.
Okay. And the reason I asked for the odd number for the doctoral proposal is because when we vote and then when we have a tie,
Yeah.
I want to.
Oh, not all the way
So
across.
it's not
Right,
essential.
not all the way across the board. It's not all the way across the board. I'm sorry, I didn't make that clear. It's just when we vote for the doctoral
right.
committee sub.
Rodrigo? Mhm.
Erasmus.
Yep.
Correct.
Correct.
And
And Francisco? Yes.
No. No, he's on that one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Correct. Correct.
All right, and do the committees, in this case, nominate their chairs?
Yeah,
or do
I
we-
would recommend that the committees nominate their chair.
Okay.
Because they could meet themselves and then make their own vote as far as who will be the chair and report back.
Very good, very good. All right, so we have 2 subcommittees completed, and the next one looks like a diagnosis, ADHH.
What are we trying to say? What are we trying to say?
Yeah.
So that's the ad hoc HERT committee that we put together.
hoc.
And that we've
Okay.
also, that in my mind at the time, had already combined with the 50-mile radius committee, when we were talking about that this morning. We're going to be still working on these HERC and making sure that we're trying to clarify the practices that they do and the process that they go through in order to approve these programs, the lower division programs inside their region. And does anybody else want to say something on that? Justin or Michelle?
I will. Janet?
Janet?
Janet, you're a write-in on here, so we're going to
Oh, I
add
know
you
why.
as number 25.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, Sune is on the list.
Yeah, and he
is
should
no
not,
longer.
yeah, Sune should be off.
Crossed him out. So the situation with Sine Pasol, who many of you knew, who served as representative from UT San Antonio, he took a new position recently with the Texas A&M system over their remote engineering online program. And as such, he was an institutional, we're all serving as institutional representatives here. So if we change institutions, designation of who serves remains with the institution that that representative came from. So when Sune moved positions, now UT San Antonio has the opportunity to, and do we have somebody from UT San Antonio that has been designated?
Yeah, I just got a nomination.
Okay.
It was either today or yesterday, so someone.
So they will refill their vacancy of a representative here. Okay, so we've got Janet, and I assume that Michelle and Justin, you'll affirm continuing to serve? And those folks who aren't here, such as Roxanne in this case and Jimmy Bird in the other case, do we need to affirm that they're continuing to serve, or just assume that's the case?
No, he's not on this one.
Not on this one, but he's on the other two.
Right,
Yeah,
right,
just
yes.
people who aren't here, do we need to affirm with them separately that
We
they
can
want to
do that
continue to serve?
afterwards.
I'm not doing this. Okay. What are you thinking? Or should we volunteer them for all 4 committees because they didn't make today's meeting? Is that the way it's supposed to work? You miss a meeting, the penalty is, yeah, it's heavy service. That's right. All right, so we have 4 people for that committee. Anybody else interested in serving on that one?
I would like to, just to track of what's going on.
I'd like to serve on that one, too.
Okay.
All right, Josh?
Josh.
All right, we've got 6 folks there. Good.
7. Oh, you're right, 6. I'm sorry.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Anybody else for the ADHH committee, just because it's fun to say? Yeah. Just think of how it'll look on your resume. Served on ADHH. Yeah, all right, any other nominations or volunteers for that committee? Okay, we'll move on to the last one, and that is the survey committee. And it's just me right now, since Sune has moved on.
I volunteer to join you.
All right, Erasmus?
Patrick, I'll join you, and so will Charlene.
Okay, very
And
good.
the other Charlene will join.
Both Charlene's.
All right, I got a corner on the Charlene's market. That's awesome.
And Jacqueline, you said that you as
Yes.
well?
Thank you.
And are you right here?
Who just volunteered? I'm sorry, I didn't catch it. All right.
You're not allowed.
Yeah.
Alicia. And Justin, not that you have to serve on the committee, but would you be willing to kind of be ex officio, given the synergy with our wanting to ask people questions?
Justin.
That way, at least you're on the emails, and then when it makes sense, you can jump in. All right, we've got 7 there too. Anybody else? Yes, Lydia.
Lydia?
Patrick, how many do you have on that one?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Did you take Sine off?
Yes.
I did take
Okay.
Zane off. Yep. Anybody else? Does everybody have a committee service? Is everybody doing something? Won't leave anybody out, you know? Because we'll,
Those that are not here.
Just those are not.
yeah, Perla and Charles. So let's make a special committee for them and let them know about it. It's like, give it some really obscure, mysterious name that's foreboding, and they'll be like, oh, man, never miss a meeting.
Thank you for that. That makes life
All
much,
right,
much
very good. We have fully committed committees now, so that's fantastic. And each of the committees is charged with their first task of selecting their committee chair. And who can check in on that? Because sometimes if that doesn't happen and nothing happens, is that something the CB staff does? I don't mind doing it, but just if somebody does it.
I can send out an email to say, at this time, give us a chair of your committee, and then I'll put that in our records.
Do it a week before you need it, at least, so that
Yeah,
those
yes,
who,
at least.
who forgot
We could do that
between
probably
here and
next-
getting back to their
Next week,
institution and their exploding
Send out an email.
mailbox.
That shouldn't take long enough. Just to give you a time frame to just meet, select a chair, and give me a representative.
I think I'm speaking for everyone on the survey committee. We're appointing Patrick as our chair.
I'll accept
Here,
that.
here.
That's fine. And so, okay, no competition, but we're ahead of all the other committees now, right? Let's see if we can keep that momentum going. That'd be good.
Well, I don't mind chairing the doctoral proposal review committee if that's amenable to the other committee members.
How about we do it by, any objections?
Any
Anybody
obje- yeah,
object
what's
to
that?
that?
Any
Anybody want to
objections?
argue? Do we have any other nominations? Anybody want to volunteer? Yeah, no, okay.
Since you set up the competition, we just wanted to solve a committee meeting there.
That's right. So, any volunteers from PGP or ADHH? Now that we're just bathing in alphabet soup now.
So, Michelle, were you the chair of that prior?
The ADHH, yes.
Or PGP?
But if anybody else would like to, by all means, if you would, that I will not be offended.
There are not a lot of people working on this committee.
Because
So
I
I'm-
keep bringing up the 50 mile, I mean, I will volunteer to chair the ADHH group, since that tends to be my pet project right now.
And I do not mind sharing the principles of good practice, since I think the historical part might come with that. But again, I'm open to someone else wanting to.
And everybody needs to understand, just because you chair a committee doesn't mean you have to do all the work. It requires everybody's effort to make it successful. So appreciate, I think we have now all of our committee chairs.
Committee chairs are
So
done.
if you can make sure that's reflected in our records, Elizabeth, that would be fantastic. And so now your next goal is to communicate with the folks on your newly formed committees and plan your meeting and your action.
Speaking of, Andrew, will you send out an updated
Yes.
membership list? Thank you.
Yes, there will be updated roster being sent out to everyone. In fact, it'll be on the LTAC website, but you all have a different one because theirs has contact information. I'll get you a new one.
Very good. All right, our next order of business is, since we already handled number 11, the coordinating board updates from Dr. Lofters.
All right, mine are going to be rather brief. First one is Sarah. I'm going to give you, I talked with Jessica Acton, the program director is responsible for Sarah for our division, and there are now 80 institutions in the state of Texas that are members of Sarah. There are 42 states that are now Sarah states for the reciprocity agreements. Most of them that are not part of Sarah are, for the most part, in the upper northeast region. And it's interesting, I'm not quite sure. I think some of them, they weren't part of a larger regional group. Is that correct? What I heard from Jessica, for instance, was Pennsylvania had joined, affiliated with SREB so they could become part of Sarah. So, and I think California and Florida and Kentucky. And I think that's about right. And so there's 8 of them that are still not members. There's no problem, there are no problems with the process of applying towards Sarah inside the state of Texas. All that's been taken care of, is moving smoothly. So there wasn't a whole lot to report on that one, except that people are signing up, and it's growing. Looking good. The next one is the distance education database. I've been working on this for quite some time, and I can tell you now that they have gone to the production phase. And for those who aren't, for the new people, what's been going on is that we have been attempting to merge the distance education programming that each institution has with their institutional inventory, so they're now, the public will be able to see, let's just say I wanted to get a business administration degree from some institution here in the state of Texas, but I want to do it online. And you'll be able to sort from the public website which institutions will provide that for me. Or if you want to do something in my area, and if there's an off-campus face-to-face, I can be able to see from an address standpoint where these places are. So we've been working on this, and yes, ma'am.
Is that limited to public institutions?
Right now it is. It's just the publics. Because the publics, and the reason why that happens is that we're getting this information from proposals for institutions to have new programs, and they're giving us notifications of either online or they're being approved for an off-campus face-to-face or electronic to group mode of delivery. And since they come through us in the approval process, that's how we get that information. Whereas with privates, they don't really have to tell us. They can do their own. So that's why that's right now for publics. It's just the public information. It was submitted to once we got all this information, we requested from each institution to send us, this is some years back, 2012, to send us a list of all your distance ed programs. And they did, and then this is when I first got here, and that was one of my first tasks. Welcome, Andrew. Here's what you're going to do. You're going to be the one to compile all this information. So it took a while to get all of those spreadsheets compiled together into one list, and then being able to sort them to see exactly what programs we have by mode. So we have online, and for the online, we have hybrid, blended, and then fully online. We asked the institutions to also indicate if they were 100% online. We also have off-campus face-to-face and electronic to group. So we had all these different modes and all the different programs. And it took a while. So now what we're doing, what we wanted to do was to have a way for institutions to go into a portal, look at what they have right now, or I should say it this way, look at what we have as your distance education programming, to be able to confirm what you have, and if we need to, make changes, and if we can, have a certain amount of approval processes done right through this website, so we can draw down on some of these notifications that we're submitting through the portal. Now, that said all that, we brought it to the distance education, I shouldn't say distance education, it was the data collection committee, and what we wanted to do with this portal. It was accepted by the information technology people, and it's already being programmed or developed right now. So I did see a trial run of it where, for instance, an institution wants to offer a program through online means. That just requires notification. So the institution would be able to take their program, go into this portal, say, I want to take my existing program and I want to make it online. And then that would then also satisfy, we're having a way, I'm still working on this part, having a way that you will confirm that you're following the principles of good practice, and that would eliminate that whole stream of proposals notifying me that I'm going to be doing an online proposal. It'll just do it right there on that portal, and then the public will be able to see it basically in real time. That's
After your approval.
for the online.
Or that's just a notification.
That's just a notification.
Go straight through.
Go straight through. Now, for off-campus face-to-face and electronic to group, there is an approval process with the 50-mile notification and so forth. Those, you'll have to still, right now, the way it's looking right now, you'll still have to give me notification that you've done the 50-mile radius unless Justin changes it from 50 miles to something else. That one there, so when you put those proposals in that I want to have a new off-campus face-to-face program at this place, you'll give me the address and so forth. It'll hold it in a queue until I get all the information that I need. And then once that happens, I can then press approve and it'll go in real time.
A workflow.
Right, after there's still the 30-day notification, all that has to go through first. But it's coming to fruition. So I'm happy to say that. They were wanting me to come in and look at another stage of this development, but I was off on one of my trips here, but we're going back again, and I'm gonna see where we are. I'm hoping that it should be, I'm cross my fingers, but I'm hoping this should be up, hopefully by the end of the year. I might be pressing things too much, but I have great hopes. I'm optimistic.
Will we have a period to validate the data?
Yes, yes. In
And then-
fact, it's gonna have a way, this is a way I've envisioned it. You'll have a login and password so that you can see your first initial listing of distance education programming, and you can tell me, yes, these are still active. This isn't here anymore. This, right now, we need to change mode. All that, this is going to happen through that first initial portal, I guess you would say entry, when it comes in through the institution. Then once that happens, after that, we can put it on as the public portal. They could be able to see what you have, but then if you wanted to have new programs or take an existing program and put it into another mode, you could still go through the portal and do it that way.
We've been maintaining the SREB database, courses offered every term, not necessarily, the programs are what you're talking about, but the SREB does the courses, each offering each term, and we're still keeping that database up. Do you have any information on the future of the SREB database?
I'm not completely sure, but I am almost positive. I thought, tell me if I'm right, that at the end of the year, that the SREB,
I thought it was 20,
it's going away.
It's going away.
I
Right.
thought it had already gone away.
Well,
No, I
no,
thought
the
it was
database is
2017.
there, but that's a wealth of information, and we've got historical data there that we would hate to see just disappear. If I need to do a bulk download, I'll get my information out, but we've been maintaining it.
I think that might be, is that a Mary Larson question I probably need to go to? Rex Peebles, this is our Assistant Commissioner for Academic Quality and Workforce.
And it's complicated by the fact that we're not dues-paying members of SAREB right now. But I'll talk to Mary and find out how we can try to keep that, at least the history that's located there. So, but at some point here, that raises a question about Sarah I want to ask the group, though. Go ahead and finish.
Really?
But
Go
for coordinating board, it's program level, not course level.
Program level,
Okay.
program level.
Okay, Andrew, the data was dated 2012.
Right.
It's 2016.
Right.
When are we going to get it?
I'm trying, like I said,
Because I was in a meeting just last week, and there was this complaint about this committee and the coordinating board. They just didn't know I was on the committee. So. And it was this, the complaint is the information is out of date. It's no good, that kind of thing. And I just kind of said, well, it's getting there. So even if we begin to advertise a date that it's coming or something, I think that would be good for everybody else out there, because right now it is just, don't go there, it's no good, it's no good, it's no good. So we just need a date, even if it's it'll be ready in a month, but we know, at the beginning of the year, it'll be just something, because right now there's nothing, and all they have is this information that's either outdated or incorrect. So we need to publicize, we need to brand. Our brand is messed up in that area right now.
See,
Yeah, you can tell them it'll be ready in a month. We just won't specify which month.
And I think, to tell you where we are as far as all the parts, the database that we had that started in 2012 we have now updated that. Thank you to Emma Shane. I hope she's listening. She's our admin data entry person for our division. She helped us update that completely up to all of the proposals that we have until, I want to say, last week. So that's updated. The only thing we need to do now is we're just now into the process of merging that data. And basically what's going on is they're going into your, and I'm not a computer programmer, so this is probably going to be really simplified. They're going into your institutional inventory. We have a field in there that says distance ed, but it just had a yes or a no. You know, it didn't really tell any mode or anything. But they're going into that field, and then they're able to specify in that field whether it's online, the different kinds of online, and where it is. Once they get that done, all the fields should just match, because they took the order of our fields from our database and matched it to the inventory. So now it's just a matter of how long it takes to do that, because I know there's, I don't know how many records, especially for community colleges. Community colleges have a lot of records. And it's just how long it takes for them to merge that data, and I'm not sure. But I didn't know they're on their way because I've seen it. And they gave us an example of how it would work if someone put something in, so. And I don't want to put that much onto the IT department right now because I know they're running double time.
Yeah, our IT department has recently gone through some major changes, which we hope will result in better results, but not next week, but maybe the week after. I mean, because they need some time to make some adjustments and that kind of stuff too. And plus they had, and at the same time, we had a number of people left. So it's really gone through a major change and some reorganization as well. But they really are far along with this. And like Andrew, I was gone the last time they demoed this, and so I didn't get a chance to see it. And probably what we need to do then is set up another opportunity to look at the demo and find out just exactly where they are and then how much time we anticipate until completion, and then we can get back to y'all on that. So we'll do that.
And Andrew, when we are able to look at the data, if we find a problem, what is it we are going to have to provide to modify? I mean, are we going to have to find the paper from Rex or somebody saying approving it, or are y'all going to have, I mean, if we find a problem, how are we going to fix it?
Forgiveness, right? That's the policy.
If we have a read-only view or if we have an editing.
Exactly.
I'm going with this one here. The way it looks right now, when you're doing your initial login and you have the data that I have from my spreadsheet that's been incorporated, at that time you'll be able to look and then tell me what things need to be fixed. I mean, as far as like whether or not this program is active anymore, some things will go into a queue. You could change them. For instance, if it's an address, you go into another location, that would have to go into a queue until I can actually look at it. If it's just an adjustment, say for instance the numbers are typed in wrong, that's different where from a whole different address. That's something that we can.
Well, I think the concern is the telling you part, is that if there is, when given at least a week from now when the IT department gets it all together again, of course, but giving them sufficient time, truly giving them sufficient time to be able to program whatever the scripts are or anything else that's necessary for us to be able to look at what we submitted in 2012, which is probably going to be significantly different than a snapshot right now in the fall of 2016.
Right.
I know that's the case with my institution. I know we've probably got a number of new degree programs and certificate programs at the community college level to add alone. And then there could be some addresses, there could be some other numbers like you were talking about also that might need to change too. So it needs to be something that I know it needs to be vetted also and reviewed by you, but it's something that the initial institution I think would need to originally input, because I think the information that would come to you would again be repeating the massive job that you had when you were first hired here in 2012. You'd be going through the same process again with massive numbers of changes or additions or deletions to make. So what I'm promoting is that it be an electronic process that the institution itself can initiate and then have it approved or vetted somehow by the coordinating board.
That's what I was referring to as a workflow process, and it does get down to the IT level of the programming and possibly working out in the testing environment to find out exactly what their logic is for
But I
that.
absolutely,
So there's a lot more hands-on.
But I absolutely understand what you're going through with the IT department and how that's going to take some time to be able to develop that.
And you're giving me something more to think about, so.
Would it be helpful if the committee is allowed to help vet, looking at our institutions to see, you know, hey, do we see what we should see, you know, before you, instead of making us a part of the group, making us separate where we're a part of the piloting or whatever process?
This is a friendly audience, so. seems
Right,
like a
very friendly.
Very generous offer, yeah.
I'd love to be in on a testing environment.
Yeah, that might not be a bad idea.
I think that,
Sorry, we'll have to see exactly what the capabilities are. But again, I think it's been a long time since I looked at this too. And I don't remember when the last time you saw it.
last time we were together, I believe.
Yeah, but I think the last time we both saw it, which has been a while. And so we'll have to go back in and kind of refamiliarize ourselves with just what the capabilities are. But I think that, you know, you raise a good point about how are we going to deal with the inevitable mismatch between the information, which in spite of the job that Andrew's done over the past 2 or 3 years, try to straighten this out, there's still going to be some. Regardless, something's going to have been missed somewhere, either by us or by you or by both of us or whatever, and that just going to need to be straightened out. And I think in terms of documentation, I mean, it may be one of those things where, you know, you send us what you got and we'll see what we got, and then if neither one of us actually have anything, but we think that's what's happened, then we can just talk about that. And there'll probably have to be, and I don't know if I'd want this to be recorded or not, but, you know, in some instances, there's going to have to be some, you know, faith on both sides that, yeah, this is reality, and so let's go with that. And we'll just have to deal with that as we come to it on a case-by-case basis. But we'll figure out, but we'll talk some more about how we're actually going to create that process for that vetting period, and then how we manage to get every institution straight. And I do kind of like the idea of all or any of you that are sort of willing to look at this first, and we may be able to iron out some inevitable glitches and issues with a small group first, and then open it up to everybody else. That could be real helpful.
I like the idea myself. I like that idea.
Maybe one more question on, and I don't know if you've even thought about this or if it does have anything to do with it, but do you foresee this supplanting or overlapping to any degree with the HERC reporting process and notifications? Because it's a similar type of workflow that has to ultimately end up here. Right now, it's managed through the HERC site, and the individual HERCs putting the proposals up there. But if you're talking about things coming into this one program inventory and then being automatically routed for notification or approval process, is that your vision for this eventually? At what point? How do those two intersect or not?
All right, so when I'm looking at the HERCs, they're only going to be looking at off-campus programming that's within their region. So for
So that'd be distance education, face-to-face, off-site.
Off-site, lower division.
Mm-hmm.
So the only ones that would come to me would be those that are for the community colleges, or the only ones that the HERC would see, the ones that are from community colleges that are outside of their service area, or in someone else, outside the service area in someone else's region, or in their region outside their service area, or for a university off their campus anywhere or in another region. All right.
And HERCs
Those
deal
need-
with courses and programs, and what you're talking about is just program
Right.
inventory. So it'd really just be perhaps overlap with the program piece of it.
And the course, well, the courses as well. They do the courses as well.
The HERC does, but
Right.
the program
The
inventory
distance inventory
databases
just
don't.
does programs, that's right.
There's a piece of it that might overlap.
That's something I need to think about some more. I see where this is, where you're going with that line of thinking, and it's possible. I just have to think it through some more. I think
It's probably okay to keep it separate now, because it seems like it might bog down the progress that you're working towards to get
Right.
some out by the end of the month. And also, rely on your committee here to make recommendations about how that process might work better before you try to incorporate what exists now. I just didn't know if that was something that y'all had already wrestled with much.
No, I haven't thought about that one yet. That's a good one, but I will bring that up to the HERC committee. I will bring that to them. Thank you for that info. And I wasn't thinking about, I knew about there was gonna be changes, since it was 2012 data, but it's not gonna be as bad for the universities, because all those upper division programs, courses and programs go through an approval process that I see them. It's just that the ones that are at the lower division are handled at the HERCs, so I don't see them as much. So that's the one, I'm glad, Steve, you brought that up. I'm gonna keep that in mind. That's another piece I have to dive into. Let's see what else, let me have anything else? Oh,
Forms.
new distance education bachelor's and master's degree forms. We're now in the process of also including inside the new bachelor's and master's degree proposal forms, if they want to have those programs offered through a distance education mode, the principles of good practice and all that will be part of the form. So therefore, it'll streamline it so that it'll just be one. So we're trying to streamline things, to make things a little bit easier, not as many pieces of paper.
So to clarify, the form will be for programs that don't exist in an institution's program inventory that also plan to initially offer them online
Correct.
or distance.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct, because right now, what they would do is they would put in the proposal form that has its own little certification signature on there, and they would also send to me a certification form for electronically delivered and off-campus programs or something like that, which is called, and I would have those and I keep those in a file. But right now, we're just gonna merge them, so it's just one, and it's done at one time.
It'll also include modality change, right? So if it's a previously approved bachelor's or master's, but it's the modality change.
Not for this one, because this is only when you're trying to get a new program.
Okay.
Just a new program. So if you want to do the modality change, that's when you go into the portal and say, I want to change this, and then I can look at that.
Any other updates?
That's all from me right now. I think we've covered everything with the HERC that we were going to do earlier, so yeah, I think we're good.
All right, I think, yes, Rex.
If I may, I want to raise an issue with Sarah.
Oh, I'm sorry.
For you. Yeah, right quick, and then y'all can think about this and give me some feedback later. So as you know, we are not by statute passed in 1946, we are members of the Southern Regional Education Board. But we didn't pay our dues last year or this year. So we're members, but we're not dues-paying members. And as a result, you lose some benefits. One of them is Academic Common Market, for example, which will go away at the end of this year because we're not a dues-paying member. The other is entry into SARA. So many of you know this already, but as a result of, if your state is not a member of one of these regional boards, then you can be a member of SARA, but it costs you $50,000 a year to be a member of SARA. So last year, about this, actually in June, July of last year, we paid a $50,000 fee to be a part of SARA. In this last June or July, I paid another $50,000 fee to be a part of SARA this year so that your institutions can be a part of SARA. So that's the state fee involved in this. And I've just about run out of ways to conjure up $50,000 a year. And so, in trying to think about how am I going to pay for this in the future, one of the possibilities, and there's certainly, I should have brought this with me, I guess, and I can make this available to you, but there's a lot of states that charge institutions. So you pay Sarah a fee, $2,000, $4,000, $6,000 based on your FTE enrollment. And there's a lot of states that also charge a fee to institutions as well. And initially, we chose not to charge a fee because SERB sort of absorbed that piece of it. And from the agency workload point of view, it was, there was work involved in taking on Sarah, because it fundamentally changes the relationship of the way institutions interact with the states and each other in terms of distance education students. Because before, if there was a student, if you had a student in, well, it changed the way institutions, well, students also, but really the way, for our purposes, the way institutions are treated. So what this does is this makes the states much more accountable for the quality of the programs in their state, whereas before it was really the receiving states' problem. Now it's the sending states' problem is probably the best way to put this. But on the other hand, it also decreased our oversight of a lot of institutions who are now members of SARA from another state. So my assumption all along in this had been that in terms of workload for staff and the agency, it would be kind of a wash. There are some things we would be doing over here, but there were things that we're not doing over here. And so we didn't put in, we did not request any fees on institutions. But now I've got this $50,000 thing hanging over my head all the time. And so, part of what I would like y'all to think about is whether the institutions would be willing to pay the fee on some kind of prorated basis. It would come to us, we'd pay Sarah. And I think you said, Andrew, there are now 80 institutions. Is that what Jessica reported to you? So if there's 80 institutions in Texas, then automatically you can figure out that whatever your fee would be is less than $1,000 a year. Because it's $50,000, there's 80 institutions. So whatever your fee would be less than $1,000 a year. And I know that many of you have saved a lot of money by joining Sarah. Yeah, and if I thought I could do that legally, I would. But I don't see any, an IOU's worth about what the paper is. But I appreciate the sentiment nevertheless. And so anyway, I've been trying to figure out a way to pursue that. And I don't know that I can do this through rule or not. I may need legislation on this because there is a rider deals with Sarah, and so I may need legislation. But part of what I would request is at least if there's no support forthcoming from the institutions, there opposition to it, because I do think I could, it does save institutions a lot of money. Or has the potential for saving institutions a lot of money. It would be a relatively small fee. And my thought would be to set it so that I could, we raise $50,000 a year and then that'd be it. The administrative costs, I think, are still for us pretty much a wash, and I don't see any reason to go over and above that. At least not right now. Now, to the next legislative session, I may. But one never knows.
One point, I believe it was Pam or somebody from NC Sarah that said more institutions have joined NC Sarah than they thought quicker, and so they have actually raised more money than they thought they were. So they were going to look at institutional fees. I don't know if anybody has an update on that, but I mean, if they lower what I have to pay a year, and I've already budgeted X amount for NC Sarah, and that number goes down, then I've already got something in my institutional budget that if there's a fee assessed by the state to join, that might already be in the budget, so it's kind of a wash.
But that also relates to, would they reduce the state fee from 50,000, or is that set?
I have no idea about that. My suspicion on that is that would be set. And they might, and if they did, then we would lower the, my initial thought was somehow to, it's on that $2,000, $4,000, $6,000 basis now, but then do a proportion of that $2,000, $4,000, that would then raise, based on the number of institutions, that would equal, $50,000 or something close to that anyway.
Is there a question over here? Yes. Alicia?
That was my question. We do pay an institutional fee already, so you're talking about something in addition to. I just want to make sure that I was understanding that correctly.
Yeah, the institutional fee that you pay doesn't come to the state. It goes to NC Sarah. And so it goes to the national organization. We don't see a penny of that. But I still have to pay, as a state, we still have to pay $50,000 a year so that institutions in Texas can be in Sarah.
And Rex, what is the cost of SREB membership?
The SRAB membership is about 180. I think the last time when the appropriation was vetoed, I think it was about $186,000.
And that appropriation was not coordinating board, it was a TEA
It's actually
appropriation.
a TEA appropriation, but we get certain benefits from that.
Right,
as
and we
well.
were just riding on that, but our destiny was changed because of a veto of appropriations rider for funding it, and we were all kind of surprised, I think, that, oh gosh, this really has an impact for us, and we didn't see that coming. Any chance that the winds of fortune have changed with that appropriation going back to TEA in the future? It seemed like it was kind of, as so many decisions are, a bit political around Common Core. And I don't know that that's changed at all, in Austin at least. And so is there some chance that that might be reinstated, or that appropriation might be requested for SREB membership for higher ed rather than for K-12?
Well, we, as an agency, we have made what's called an exceptional item request for the $50,000. I don't necessarily see that coming, though. And because, I mean, if you've been following the press, then you know that everybody tells us that the outlook on the budget for the next biennium is not very good at all. And in fact, I mean, I think one of the signs of that is that all state agencies, and so, which for the four-year institutions, y'all all had to do this too, and that is that you had to come in with a budget that was 4% lower than your current base is. And typically what the legislature starts with is your base budget, whatever you got. This biennium is what you will start with the next biennium in terms of where the budget negotiations start. Now that may go up or that may go down, but that's always the starting point. In this time, the biennium, the starting point is going to be 4% lower than whatever you have right now. So, and I think that sort of sends the signal that there's not going to be a lot of sentiment for increasing money. But and really I'm thinking, I should have said this at the outset, so I'm sort of thinking about what's going to happen if we don't get the exceptional item request and we're faced with a 4% cut. That makes it much harder to find the $50,000. And so I'm sort of thinking about in the future and over the long run, how do I sustain this?
But, Rex, this would be for fiscal year 17-18 or 16-17?
17-18. Yeah, we just paid this summer for this, well, the fiscal year now, right, for 16-17.
So it'd be next September when.
Yeah, so we're still a year away from actually needing the money, roughly.
Rex, did you say that the amount that Texas pays is prorated based on our SCH in the state, or did you indicate that the fees change for the various states based on their?
No, what I was saying is that the states themselves charge institutions fees. There's a lot of those 42 states that are in Sarah. Then not only do the institutions pay the $2,000 or $4,000 or $6,000 to NC Sarah, but they also pay fees to the state.
Right.
Which we do not have right now. You don't pay any fees to the state for Sarah. All your fees go straight to NC. You pay them straight to NC Sarah.
Right, and that was my recollection too.
Yeah.
But does every state pay $50,000? Was my question.
No, because most states are a part of a regional
I see.
education board.
I got it now. I got it now.
So,
That's right.
yeah. And that was what was vetoed, was our dues to the SERB. If those dues had been paid, then we wouldn't have had the $50,000 problem last year and this year. Yeah. So
if this 4% decrease affects the institutions also, they will be struggling to come up. Now, I just did the calculation. If it's a flat rate, it would be 80 institutions, it'd be $625 each to come up with, and, you know, the time we spent discussing it among the salaries here, you probably come up with that, right?
Right.
Institution. So that I think that's a reasonable solution to the issue. Yeah.
Pass the basket around.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. All right. Thank you. Thank you. Any other updates from CB?
I think that's it right now.
Okay. Our next order of business is discussion of future agenda items and meeting dates.
I would like to make a suggestion for meeting dates.
Okay.
Since this body has a lot to do with approvals of distance education programs that will go in front of the board, the cause and the board, I'd like to propose that I'm going to try my best to make the LTAC meetings 1 month before the cause. That gives us time to look at any kind of distance education proposals, have them go through the subcommittee, then get to the LTAC. Then we'll have enough time, if there are any issues, the institution might have a time to adjust something. And we'll also have time to have all paperwork necessary to provide to the cause meeting that then eventually goes to the board. So I'm going to try, if it's all right with the committee, to try to look at dates approximately a month before the cause to set up the LTAC meetings.
What's that acronym for, cause?
I'm sorry, Committee on Academic and Workforce Success.
Okay.
By statute or by protocols within the coordinating board, when are your committee materials sent to the committee? Is it 2 weeks out?
Oh, no.
Do you know?
Well, materials are sent to the cause committee. We try to get them out at least 2 weeks prior to the meeting.
Okay.
But they are due. I mean, my division, for example, has to have all of its paperwork done, as a general rule, at least a minimum of 2 weeks prior to that.
Right.
Because then it goes through other review process. So typically, the meetings, are held quarterly, board, and then cause is a month before the board meeting. And so you can figure a month before that is when we need to have all of our stuff done.
The only reason why I ask is whether a month out is, for
Is that
all
enough
of us,
time?
is that
Yeah.
enough time for you to do the internal review before it goes to the executive, before it goes to the committee? If you have to back it up if we're going to back up or align, do you want to align a month or do you want to align 6 weeks?
Let's make sure we just give you enough time.
Enough time.
Yeah.
Give us a little more cushion, especially if the issue arises.
So like 6 weeks before.
6 weeks before the cause, I can look at that too.
And then really, we just need to synchronize, and then we could go with our regular, a 3-month interval again
Right.
for quarterly meetings. It's just a one-time change to sync up with the other processes.
Correct.
Yeah.
That's just my
yeah.
suggestion.
That sounds great. I don't think we need to vote on that. Where does that line up for us in terms of the next cycle? When's the next board meeting, next cause deadlines?
I would do that, but my computer is now dead.
The next cause meeting is roughly 2 weeks from
Right,
yesterday.
September
or so.
28th.
September 28th, right? And then the
I
board.
know that one.
And then the board meeting is 3 weeks after that. There's been we put the cause meeting back a week for some reason, so the board meeting will be, the way to think about it is they're almost always the third week of the month. In October, board meetings, October, January, what is that, April?
April, June.
And July.
July.
And so then the cause meetings are the month prior to that.
So they are in September, December, March, and June. So we would be August, November,
Right.
February, and May.
Yeah.
That would work.
So that would mean we would meet sooner than we regularly would, because usually we would meet again in early December.
December, correct.
Instead, we would meet in November.
And our appointment cycles would be slightly off, so that, in that case, rather than your first meeting with the new appointments, since the appointments trail the fiscal
first,
year
yeah.
or September 1, plus or minus, your first meeting would be for that November meeting, if that's where you were going to sync up for the other component parts, just as a point of reference.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That might present some challenges for continuity with August and November, but I think it serves this process
Plus,
really well
yeah.
for not delaying institutions who need to get decisions on approvals.
Yeah.
It seems like a greater good.
So my plan is then, look at those timeframes, and then I'll send out ranges of dates, hopefully for all 4 new timeframes, so that we can make a choice and then lock in some dates.
Very good. Any other discussion of Andrew's proposal? All right, very good. Any other business? Do we need to consider future agenda items, or do you usually collaborate as the meeting approaches on that?
Well, I know for the proposals, those will come in as they do. Is there anything that you all as a committee would like for us to put on the agenda for the next meeting that you might see right now as being an issue that needs to be addressed?
Will the updates continue to be on here like they are, number 12? Will that always be on the
Oh,
agenda?
sure.
Okay.
I'll give it whatever updates I need to whenever we have a meeting.
So update for next time, did the IT folks specify a month yet?
Yeah, the update, that will come. The distance ed database, that I'll always give. Yeah, all those, anything to do with Sarah or all those, I'll always give you updates on that one, yes.
Very good.
So the meeting, just to clarify then on the cycle, our subcommittees need to at least have a meeting prior to our next
Yes,
group meeting.
yes.
Correct. Jacqueline?
And then just to circle back to our discussion earlier this morning about, when James was in the room, about the intersection between UEAC and where we are with the larger issue about third-party vendors.
Yes.
And looking at that, if there is some type, to formally put that one on the agenda, just so that we have the update for LTAC.
Sure, I can find out when the next UEAC meeting is, and I can work with James. See, maybe should I go to them and present the issue that we discussed this morning?
I think our feeling was we would defer to however you as a leadership team wanted to look at that intersection with Rex as to because
Yeah.
they're overlapping parts.
Right.
And we don't know necessarily that there is an LTAC specific issue
Right.
that we should be looking at. We would take our guidance from you, but if you could just, when we come back and next meet, if it's reported back out as to what we can do as LTAC versus another committee.
Sure, sure. I'll put that on.
Yeah, I think I signed off on the UEAC agenda this morning.
Oh, you
It's
did?
So it's a couple of weeks then.
Would it be possible still to get this item on their agenda, given it's just been approved?
What we were
We
discussing.
can talk to James
Okay,
and not James, Reinhold.
okay.
Do the committees have a standard reporting time slot on every single one? I know we didn't do it all the time. It was just if a committee felt that they needed to report or had done something during that time. But I think just as a good practice, we should have updates on every committee, even if we didn't get a chance to meet. At least we get to see if we need more members or need to maybe shift our focus or something. So if we can have that as a standing item, that would be great.
Committee updates, standing item, and also not just a standing item, but any reports or updates they have to share so that they can come in advance, be circulated with the committee to review in advance. Are there any other items? All right. Our last item on the agenda is adjournment, and from Robert's rules, I think that's the only item that doesn't require a second or discussion. So, anybody have a motion?
It's actually also the only item that the chair can make a motion for.
Okay. Well, thank you for the reminder. I move for adjournment. All in favor? All right. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you,
And
thank you.
Andrew will get